You know me done before. Thank you. So we can't do ah. You know me done before. I know see am before. I go see ya, hey. I go see ya, maba. If you say you know One Piece, you know me done before. Come on. I know see. I go see ya, hey. I go see ya, maba. If you say you know One Piece, I go see ya. Hey. If it's all she did, she go take all your money. They go give you Johnny. Hey, I go see ya. She go make you go colo. Oh, I go see ya, maba. If you say you know One Piece, you know me done before. I know see. I go see ya. Hey. I go see ya, mama. See, I go see ya day for house. She dey drop lassie mommy. Them they sell beans in more papa. Hey, we just owe me a monapa. Every time I dey go there, I go see ya they serve me well. I go see ya say she no get guy. Ask my malady. You know me done before. Hey, I know see am before. I go see ya, hey. I go see ya, maba, hey. See, I go see ya the businesswoman. She dey sell lands and cars. She dey sign big contracts. She dey trick, she go make you sign. You go sign your properties away. She dey trick, she go take your money. I go see ya go do you number one. Hi, she go disappear. You know me done before. Come on. I know see. Hey, I go see ya. Hey. I go see ya. Hey, I go see ya the lyra. Yeah, so my social be yeye.official. YIE. I dey Instagram. YIE. Yeye.official. So yes, thank you so much.
Oh, please put your hands together. Put your hands together for yeah. Oh, come on. Is the energy in the room here? Yeah. Amazing. This Afro pop music coming from Yeye is amazing. Really loved it. I'm sure Akosia is having a very good time somewhere, right? Yeah. Oh, and there's some Akosias in the house. Show by hand. Some Akosias in the house. Show by hand. Oh, that's nice. Make some noise for her right now. We're ready. AMBD continues, and there's a presentation that we all have to see. This is coming from a senior brother of mine. He's a serial entrepreneur, a very senior media personality as well in this country. We've had a very good fair share of him throughout being a creative director on some concepts that we have seen on our TV screens or heard on radio. Please, talking about music tourism, or giving an ecosystem of a lineup in the ecosystem of music tourism. Let's welcome with a huge round of applause the man himself, Rudy Kwachi. He's a very fine man. He's very fine. We don't meet very often, you know. Rudy, welcome. You want to join us up here? Lovely. Thank you so much. Rudy, please let me hand over this floor to you. But before that, let me acknowledge the presence of the Executive Secretary right here of the National Film Authority, Mr. James Gardner. How are you, James? Nice to meet you. Rudy, over to you.
Nice to meet you too. Okay. Thank you very much for coming. And first of all, I'd like to thank everybody for stepping up for music. It's sometimes very disheartening that when music calls for the business part of it, not a lot of people show up. And the saddest part is actually the people that need it most don't show. So those of you who've taken your time to come here, I want us to clap for ourselves. And the thing is, we forget that it's actually a combination of two words. There's a show, but a show must end up in business. And Trick said something on the stage which was very important, which was, he said after everything else, we don't have to say one more, brah. Because the creative piece that you put out there, someone is making money of it. Somebody is making money of it. That's the guarantee. Someone is making money of it, and might as well be you. So if we're ready to move, I have a short keynote, and we're going to talk about the business side of it. And we're going to move a little bit away. Is my levels okay? Yes. We're going to be... Yes. Wow. We're going to move a little bit away from musicianship to the money side of the conversation. And this presentation, or this keynote, is entitled Music Tourism. Music tourism, and the power that music tourism has. If I'm not positioned right and somebody can't see the stage, please signal me. I'll move it. But I like the people here. But, no, this one's there. Let them forget. We'll do it this way. We'll do it this way. So, in the next couple of slides, we're going to see the power of music as a tourism driver, but ultimately, the business side of it and the results that it brings to the place. It's not just for us to enjoy, in our cars or at home. It's actually a very powerful economic tool beyond streaming, beyond the club. There is something else that music is doing, and we're not talking very far off. We're talking right home. This power actually exists here. So, music tourism is when fans move or they travel to enjoy concerts, festivals, and music-related projects at music-related sites. So travelers would actually go and immerse themselves. So if somebody comes all the way from the United States and say, I'm going to learn how to play a drum, that's music tourism. If somebody comes all the way to say, I'm going to learn to play an instrument and I want to have an immersive system, that's music tourism. But also when somebody travels all the way here for Dirty December, it's music tourism because they came for the show. Now, we're going to travel and see some of the numbers. Music tourism is very interesting. Majority of music tourists are actually young adults, between 18 to 34 years. And to paraphrase my uncle, Mujaman, so which means young people, they've got energy and they need to spend that energy somewhere. It's a young person's business. And also, if it's this young, then think about how far music can travel, because this 18-year-old is going to jam to music until they check out at 60 or 70 or whatever the Bible says that we should check out. Now let's look at markets and the size of it. I want to start with the world. The global music tourism market is projected to reach $13 billion by 2032. Billion with a B, and the currency is dollar. But I'm sure somebody's like, yeah, but what's our interest? I mean, they always say the global numbers. What is Africa's numbers? Well, revenues in music events is projected to be $360 million last year. Well, they're still collating last year's numbers as we're here, but $360 million on the continent. Yes, it's $250 million, but that's 360. That's a $250 million we didn't have. And this is not from gold This is from Creative Enterprise. It is also expected to show an annual compounded annual growth rate of 3.6%. So by 2028, that number will be $416 million. And there is more. The music event market, by numbers, is only 22.6 million people. We have a 1.2 billion population continent. Only 22 million. So your front, back, your garage, your Afrochella, all of that numbers put together is just only 22 million. But you know music permeates everywhere. Now, the user penetration is only 1.6 million in just last year, and by 2028, it will be 1.8. Now, user penetration is that people that would take their money, walk and buy a ticket, or take an activity into music tourism. It's just going to be 0.4% growth. But that number is a significant dollar number. The average revenue per user, this is my favorite because that's where we can calculate our money. So if you take everybody sitting here, and if all of us enjoyed music tourism, we are likely to spend $17, just around almost $18 per head, accessing something about music tourism. So that's the average rate per user. Now that rate could be, if your friend is the baller that bought the $10,000 table, his rate is there. But you know, my friends who are that side who bought the smaller one, the 200 CD ticket, we are a lot. So it evens out. But that's a 17.6%, $17 per head. Aggregate that number. That if somebody walked in and took an action and they gave you $17, and they could do that every month, let's see how much is in our pockets. Now, we're going to visit a few places. These are case studies that just to bring the number home and how huge the potential that we all have. We're going to start off with the biggest, the world's most successful tour series. Taylor Swift put out a 156 date tour. She began that tour in 2023 and it ended just last year in 2024. There are some interesting things, and I'm sure we all have heard the first tour to gross $1 billion, but there's more to that billion number because that billion is just one part of the calculation. Now, 152 shows performed across 5 continents. The tour already has $1 billion. I think that one, everybody heard it around the world. Now, let's look at economic impact, the money. This is New Orleans. Taylor only did 3 nights in New Orleans. And this is continental America. Her home. Flight is probably what? $100. People are there, right? 3 nights, 27th to the 30th of October 2024. 195,000 tickets were sold across the 3 shows. That's about 65,000 per night. It was a stadium. Now, the city put out some numbers after the show. The first one is actually the impact at the airport. 32,134 people on one day processed themselves through that airport. Think about airport taxes. If they were earning $10 per head for just accessing the airport, one day, 32,000. Now let me give you some comparative. I mean, our international flights at Kotoka International Airport, there's about 5 international flights per night. An average plane is about 300 seats, give or take, plus crew. So we're only doing about 1,500 international flights. I'm talking the European lines. 32,000 one day. That's, again, just to bring context to the number. Now, hotels reached 100% capacity for 2 of the days of the 3 nights that she played. 100. So imagine if you had 50,000 hotel beds in the area. Everybody got money. Every hotel got money that weekend. The estimated economic impact, according to the New Orleans Development Agency, was $200 million for 3 days. 200 million. And you calculate economic impact by, so they flew, they bought a ticket. When they got to the airport, they paid taxes. They slept in a hotel, taxes. They ate. They went through the city. I mean, friends of Jake who are friends would also go and look for other things. The hunters. It cascades. The cascading effect, $200 million is what the city realized in just 3 nights. But that's a small number. Let's go to Singapore. Very interesting case study in the same tour line. She did 6 nights in Singapore, and it was a very interesting thing. So Taylor said that she was only doing 6 nights in Southeast Asia, so all the countries were literally thinking, you know, Thailand will get 1, Malaysia will get 1, maybe Philippines. Singapore decided to, like, no, we want all 6. And it was actually a diplomatic rift because the Thai Prime Minister called out on the UN stage. The Singaporeans like, this is unfair business practices. Why are you guys doing that? Yeah, because everybody wanted the Taylor effect. Now, 6 nights, first to 9th March, they had a 2-day rest. The government put $18 million to private promoters to support. So technically, it's $3 million a night. Oh, by the way, Taylor's production alone is estimated to be between 8 to 10 M. Just gear, the musicians, AV, putting out, and it's 40 containers floating around the world trying to do this. It's a logistical nightmare trying to actually run these shows. Now, they sold 300,000 tickets for the 6 nights because the stadium was a little smaller, but all the nights were full. And there was a BBC story about a driver from Malaysia whose whole thing was the mother loved Taylor Swift. It's like, I want to do something for my mom, so bought a ticket for the mom. Then he realized that the cost is so prohibitive. Technically, if we try and do Gai and try and do tourism for tourism's sake, so comes from 2 hours outside of Manila to the city. On the day of their flight, sits in the airport for 6 hours because they booked their flight to a time where when they land, it's event day. Because they couldn't buy extra hotels, the cost is skyrocketed. Fly in, they wait around for a couple hours, enjoy the show, come out, take a city tour. The next morning, they are back on a flight back home. But they still paid. So imagine those people that actually landed, bought a hotel, did 8 in the city. But let's see the numbers. Let's see what the numbers will tell us. The impact. Inbound flights, and Singapore has one of the most active and biggest airports in Asia. Inbound flights went up by 186%, and accommodation shot up by 462%. All around that tiny island city, what you call it? It's called a city-state. Every inch of that was occupied because one musician was playing in the city. Increment in Singapore-related bookings, just everybody wanting to find out business, went up by 275% compared to the same period just 2 weeks after. So if you thought the Taylor effect may be out, it's because she's coming that the people want to come. No, try the numbers. It's like Ghana. Look at our inbound numbers. If we measure between January 6th to say a week after and compare that to the 14th of December, vast. The numbers, the airport is not even that busy. I mean, Guru Boys, they suffer for that thing. Guru Boys like matter. Tour bookings increased by 2,373% because look at that man and the mother. They didn't sleep, so they had to book a tour to keep themselves moving. Singapore is also a very strict space where you can't loiter, you can't jaywalk. Like you have to be. There should be a reason why you are there. The tour estimated between $260 to $375 million and 2.9% GDP increase for Singapore. We are in Atoforcenomics right now. Like, one show in a year can grow your GDP by 2.9%. One artist. And can pull the economic numbers. But, you know, I'm sure there are some doubters here that's like, yeah, but, you know, that's Taylor Swift, everybody else. Well, the billion didn't include something else. So I'm sorry we can't get the audio to work. Oh, it is.
This has been the most extraordinary experience of my entire life. We're about to go on a little adventure together, and that adventure is going to span 17 years of music. How does that sound? Welcome to the acoustic set. Are you ready for it? I'm jumping back in the car. Cried like a baby coming home from the bar. I'm fine, but it wasn't true. Love you, hate that the worst thing you could. People would come up to me and they'd be like, "You gonna just like do a show with like all the albums in it?" And I was like, "Yeah, it's gonna be called the Eras Tour. See you there."
The Eras Tour, the movie, reportedly made $200 million. That's not part of the billion. That's a separate number. $261 million actually, worldwide. That's not part of the billion. Now again, there's another number. They don't leave money on the table, though.
Collected in the past year and a half in under 90 seconds. Let's go. First, we have the Eras Tour Baby Tee, the Eras Tour Beige Tee, the Eras Tour Pink Tee, the Midnight's Long Sleeve, the 1989 Eras Tour Tee with the 2023 dates on the back, the Gray Quarter Zip, the Speak Now Eras Tour Tee with the dates on the back, the Debut Eras Tour Tee with the 2023 dates on the back, the Eras Tour White Crew Neck, the Gray Crew Neck, the Eras Tour Beige Crop Long Sleeve, another Gray Crew Neck, and lastly, my Eras Tour Sweatpants. Moving on to accessories, I of course have all of my light up bracelets in this cute little lover house. We got 2 Eras Tour cups from AMC. We have the Eras Tour popcorn bucket from AMC. I have my Eras Tour film premiere ticket. Next we have the Eras Tour tote bag. Then we have the surprise song piano ornament. Of course we have the surprise song piano stocking. And I have my little jar full of Eras Tour confetti. We have an Eras Tour VIP box. We have my opening night Eras Tour poster. We have the Eras Tour merch bags. Eras Tour stickers. I also have the Eras Tour towel that was only available at the Tokyo shows. And lastly, of course, we have the Eras Tour book.
$200 million. Merch sold worldwide. How many Eras Tour t-shirts would you want to wear? But that's how, and that's again not part of the billion. The $1 billion is just tickets that is sold in spaces, not all the other ancillary revenues that we've just spoken of. This all forms part of music tourism. Now let's come to Africa. Because it looks like we're like, yeah, maybe we are too far. This was just this past December. Chris Brown in South Africa. 195,000 tickets in a 94,000-seater stadium, the FNB Stadium. 2 nights. He sold out under 2 hours. The first night sold out under 2 hours. The impact? Well, the Houghton Authority said that they made, well, let's talk about jobs first. 6,000 people employed for that weekend. So we would need we need ushers, we would need people to sweep the stadium, we would need people to sell at concessions, people to sell booze, parking attendants. It's a whole economy that comes to life because one music tourism icon is coming to town. Now let's look at the numbers. $50 million in the Joburg economy that weekend. $50 million. And I'm sure we think like, yeah, but that's South Africa, it's very close to Europe, and let's move to something closer. 2019, 2022. And I think with this one we know, it was here. Okay, let's see the numbers.
Hade finns hemliga miljonärer, Ratcha vita dina tänder. Och vi klipper dig vid mörka gränder. De skriker vad är det som händer? Först de trodde jag var tappad. Nu de ser mig, de får hjärtklapp. De såg bara när jag ramla. De som dissade mig, de får jalta. Folk de leker att de vill ditt bästa. När du kommer upp, då börjar testa. Kommer du mot mig, bäst du beväpnar. Garanterar dig, du kommer bli hämnad nattetid. Stålen det förändras, så saker börjar.
I mean, 4 days on the La Boma beach. Just first of all, walking to La Boma and thinking that you can actually do that, there's madness enough. Well, not kind of correct, but I know that guy, correct oneself, But let's look at the numbers. 46 countries is where we sold tickets. Afro Nation 2019, we had 63,000 people over the 4 days at La Boma. It still fell short of my projections. I projected for 80,000. It gets why. But these were the actual numbers in attendance. Burner opening day, Shatta day, Whiskey day, Davido day. Let's go to impact. We sold 9,870 international tickets. This is not local tickets. Local tickets was treated solely different. We had a whole system working on that where you're buying tickets with your cards. Locals we sold through FMB. It was direct, cash, Momo at the bank. We had to figure out a solution for that. Average cost of travel, according to the GTA at that time, $1,750 for around an economy ticket to Accra, because this was the height of year of return. Average cost of stay for hotels and private accommodation was $1,400. This is about $200 per night, average. Again, all these are average numbers. Average spending for international people, and you know how Accra gets in December. Like we all know, everything else is like, they think we all chop dollar when it gets to December. Day is not me, please. I don't know anything about that. This was the market impact for Afro Nation. This is not year of return. This doesn't include Afrochella at that time. This is just 9,870 people flying into a market. Planes, accommodation, food. This doesn't include their tickets to the event too. But that's how economic impact for music tourism. Now look at that, moving 63,000 people to a single space and having 10,000 people flying from other spaces with the dollar power coming to your market. That's the power of music tourism.
Ghana welcomes you and the rest of the world to Afro Nation 2022. The fun begins on the 29th to the 30th of December at Accra Marine Drive, Black Star Square. Live on stage, Meat Mill, Skepta, P Square, Rema, Stoneboy, Ashake, and many more. To purchase your general admission day tickets, dial star 920 star 60 star 00 hash or call 233-5930-4286.
But this is the most important slide for me. Look at the sources for ticket sales. 15,000 tickets sold. 16% of the audience came from the United States. That's in excess of almost 3,000 people out of the 15,000 tickets that you sold. But look at the most interesting number for me has always been this, South Africa. Oh, by the way, we didn't have a visa free at that time. So imagine if it's today. And I know hundreds of South Africans that were like, can we just land at some place and walk in and, try and, like, you guys, what is all this? Like, do you know anybody at the Pretoria office that can just get us? Or, you know what, we just And oh, by the way, we still had $200, $150 in visa on arrival, right? It's ridiculous. But look at the travel sources. All of it coming with what? Dollar power. So music tourism has such a huge potential for us. Why does it work in Ghana? It's easy to enter our country. We've smoothened things up for people. It is also a pleasant place to be. Like, if you don't come Ghana, where you go? You know, it was amazing when I saw the Twitter banter in December. Nigeria is taking dirty December, and I was in Lagos at that time, like, which part of the thing? Because if it's about celebrities going to Lagos, we've never been competition. Like, please, Kim Kardashian at the top of her game flew to Lagos to do, hello, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Love Like a Movie, got paid $250,000 and left. There's nobody crazy enough to do that. Well, maybe there is right now, somebody who will do that, but that's not the point. Our competition is never been about celebrity power just landing. It's about the culture. It's about how you feel. It's about not sitting in traffic for 8 hours trying to get from one party. And that is reality of Lagos. So when I saw that, I was like, yeah, you know what? It's because maybe we don't really have anything going, and we have an election, and you know, there's been change, so a lot of the conversations have shifted. But you know, Nigeria, they can take whatever they take whatever they can get. But there's nothing close, because I believe that Ghana is the culture capital of Africa. Undoubtedly, you have not spent $5 million buying Arsenal jersey. You haven't. You come to Ghana, cough, and it's global news. People are doing things in other countries. They are paying real money. Like, countries have been advertising on CNN. Have you ever seen Ghana put the money in CNN before? Like, for what? This is Ghana, like Wumba. So, the potential that we have is amazing. And this last slide, it's about how integrated it's coming. Go. There's a festival in Belgium called Tomorrowland. It's probably the world's biggest EDM festival. This is an integration with Brussels Air that they use in getting people into Belgium. Branded plane, you have a party, so you buy a special ticket. All across European capitals, you can hop onto one of these flights, and it flies direct into Brussels. You get on your way, but it's what you're selling is experience. This is money can't buy experience, which you need money to buy. Because for somebody, that's like, yeah, how many people are in that plane party? And I had, you know, I'm sure people know the Mile High Club. Well, not a lot of us will ever get a chance to join that club, but you can join this club with the right amount of money. So that's the power of music tourism, and that's the power that we all have in this system. Thank you very much. I would probably take a few questions.
Yes, let's take two questions. Let's take two questions. Let's take two questions for the sake of time. But Trigmatic says, let me take two from everybody else but him. Yes. Oh, no. Let me take two from everybody else, and after that, I'll come to him. But let me see by hand if you have a question. If not, Trig would pop his first. Trig, you ready with yours? Yes. Yes. All right. I'll just keep
mine. Beautiful presentation. Thank you. I also, well, you answered a bit of what I had in mind, because I was trying to bring it home to Africa. Then you brought in, but where I missed it, I wouldn't say I missed it, but where I think it didn't happen really for me is the artist in question. So my question now comes to, because I wish your presentation had the input bit, as in what goes into the production and what goes into making of Taylor Swift, for example. And maybe Taylor Swift is too far. You said some people are thinking, I was thinking it. Or maybe Chris Brown. But I wanted, because I know you've been behind some of the brands that you mentioned. And so you've dealt with some of the African artists. And so if you can just give us real-time numbers where we can relate. Like maybe you did a Burna Boy concert, or let's say a Sarkodie concert. And then my other question has to do with if our African artists will have the same effect when the merchandising came in, then how do we manage the collaboration between the people who create the merch? Because then with us, we would have to either get it from China or maybe Turkey or something.
That was also from China.
Yes, so great. So if you can touch a bit more on what went into that. And
So, the first thing I'll say is that, you know, whenever we see these numbers, one of the first things we should never do is to assume that it's very far from us. It's actually real numbers. It's never far. If you think about the fact that we are, again, on a 1.2 billion population continent, that's an economic bloc bar none. We have the youngest population, growing population in the world. You've also got all the minerals that you need to make any and everything. So truly speaking, we are a powerhouse. Now, let's look at culture. If we gave the world culture, if the law from, Asante Kingdom, the law from Egypt, the law from, we literally wove culture into the world. That's the power that we work with. It's left with our packaging and entering and making the right deals. Now, you said we should talk about certain numbers, and Burna has done what? 3 drops, shoe drops. An average shoe drop from a raw number, and I'm not talking about Burna's number because I'm not privy to his number, but an average shoe drop is a $6 million euro execution. Like, just to start, to manufacture, get Adidas to make it, and a producer to just buy 200,000 pairs. It's a $6 million $6 million euro project. And this I know because a few years back, 3 years back, there was a deal that we did with one of the Nigerian acts. And that was how much was put up by not the brand, the distributor. So if you want real-time numbers, that's what we can go for. And Trick, the thing is about leveraging where we sit. He wears bangles. He's got today the ring. Yeah, your juju man or something. But that's something that could be unique as an artifact to him. That also could be a $300 play if it's positioned right. Let's not start from the quantity. Let's start from the quality and what we have. Why do people get up every day and go to Art Center and it's functioning all year round? Why do everybody that lands from the airport is like, I need to buy some things, and they match them to Art Center? I'm waiting to see the musician that walked into Art Center and decided to do a deal with one of the manufacturers to say, I have a limited edition X and it's $500. I'll co-sign it, give you a CD, and even if you like, sir, I'll make one music that's just exclusively for you. You can never release it commercially. It's experience. And you want me to talk about the challenges? Because that one you beat me. We need to be open to deals. Like when we get into rooms for economic conversations, we should stop making it look like the first thing is somebody's trying to take my money. Of course somebody's trying to take your money. Why do you think they are here? Like, the white man came, exchanged, gave you a gun and salt, and took your gold, and is still taking your gold. Till today, over 100 years, and your gold no finish. Some still there. What do you think is happening? There's value, there's trade. It is not the other party's problem that you have not upgraded to be able to make a better deal. You should. And that's really the things that we need to confront ourselves about. Like, the narratives needs to change from exploitation to I want a better deal. And ask, it shall be given. Seek, you will find. Knock, it will be open. That's are the 3 steps. If you are a member of the Good Book Club, please, that's what it stays in there. And it does happen.
Put your hands together. Put your hands together.
Okay, Mr. Kwachi.
Hey, be one question, you are not.
Oh, just one question. That I didn't write it. So, Mr. Kwachi, who is in charge for all these statistics and entertainment logistics? How do they get this? I'm asking layman questions. Like, is there something on the seat that makes them record all these? Or if I'm an event organizer and I tell you that I got 100 billion people coming to my show, because you can see them as mosquitoes, you will accept it and come and present to us, or there is something that is going on, we need to know. How do they collect all these logistics and statistics?
So, and this is, you've asked, first of all, let's clap for him. Like, as a producer, that's one of my biggest pet peeves. When I hear shows, I know what 50,000 people look like. So when I come to a show and the next report is we had 20,000 people and I know it's 2K. Like, Charlie, can we just start being honest to ourselves? Like, it is not a bad thing that you went out and you got 2,000. Because your favorite Taylor Swift started from 100% capacity before they got to the level that they did. Like, we're too quick to skip over those things. And one of the things that we don't realize is the more false narrative we throw out there, the worse we make our own case, because nobody believes you. Like, the past December, artists were throwing numbers like I had this. First off, and you see, here's the thing that's amazing. This room has a square meterage, right? By law, there's a number of people that can fit per square meter. So when we're calculating our festivals, we actually measure every inch of the space and know that we can only fit X people. For safety reasons, is 1 person per square meter. So if you did your show at a 500 per square meter space with an extra space, how are you coming back to come and tell me it's 30,000? That dishonesty hurts everybody in the value chain. Now, let's come to how this data is gathered. There was another thing I wanted to slip in because Hassan said something, but I didn't have time. And you asked a very important question about the metrics, right? And I'll come to that. Who's been to the Logos ship when it docked? Did you realize that when you got to the booth, there was one person who was just sitting there and clicking fingers? It's called a clicker. It's actually a very basic tech. You see a person, you don't know, they know the line. If the person crosses a certain line, it is counted as they have entered the space. So just like your Facebook will show you a video, if you watch more than 3 seconds, it counts. The advertiser, you've watched it. It didn't matter that you didn't watch all the 3 minutes, no. After a certain period, it's played. It's the same thing. As you get to a certain space, you have entered the show. So as she's standing there clicking, she's just counting the number of people that is there. But how do you verify that? What is the other way? Check the number of tickets you sold. The number of papers you gave out, it should be inversely proportional to what the clicker said. Give or take a margin of error, and I'm sure when we hear stats, election time, margin of error, that's what margin, it's plus or minus, that's all it means, that it shouldn't be beyond a certain number. So if it was 1,000 capacity space, plus or minus, you may have had 1,100, but you can't tell me 1,000 capacity space, I had 20,000. It's unreal. So if you're asking how we do that, it's actually very basic. Every event knows how many tickets they put out for sale, how many we do. We count your entourage that you bring, all of it is part of it. When I tell you the sales, I'm telling you the sales by my complimentaries, artist entourage, friends and family, people that are breaking, that's all of that. The number I showed you, for Afro Nation 2019. It's not the number of people that were there. No, it was more than that. But this is ticketed that walked in per day, and we engaged them and counted them. We had 1,000 people every day working on site. Every single day, we had 1,000, minimum 1,000 people working on site. That's not part of the numbers, the statistics that you are giving. So there are ways to verify that. Now let me go to that thing that I wanted to slot here. So I'm planning a tour for an artist. And the first thing we did was, let's go to Chartmetrics and look. We went to Chartmetrics, check their numbers. Something interesting. This guy is in another part of the world. The second biggest streaming he gets on YouTube, it's from an East African country. The second biggest streaming, music player streaming that he gets is a West African country, not an East African country. The second biggest audience and interactions he has on TikTok is Ghana. So if you want the data, I can't tell you how much data, like we are walking in and sleeping in data. The problem with data is somebody needs to pass, somebody needs to sit. And it's like anything else. It requires time, it requires you understanding. Like if I go to your Facebook and go to your analytics, I can tell you things about yourself, you'll be like, nah, it's there, it's already captured. We know the number of times you post, what's your average engagement, what's your reach. So that's why when celebrities like this man and his friends, they're not him, but his friends, they walk in a room and I want $1 million for this, and I'm like, guy, your value is not 100 million. Your value is a certain number. Can we have a conversation about realism? So just to cap it off finally, it is about us being realistic with ourselves. I will celebrate a room with 200 people that really came and immersed themselves in year one and decided that, you know what, you're worth it, I'll pay 500 CDs, $500 to just come. And it's money can't buy experience for me than going about and telling myself, we did 50,000, come on. We had ourselves. Final question.
I'll take a final question. So this is going to be our final question. Thank you.
Okay, let me throw this in. In your presentation, you tended to focus more on international tourism. I just wanted to find out, what about local tourism in this case? Because if you look at Taylor Swift's Eras Tour, about 53 shows were within the United States. Beyonce as well, Kendrick Lamar. Everybody tends to completely wipe out the United States before going international. Come down to Ghana, and our artists do 1 or 2 shows in Accra, and want to fill up the O2 Arena. What about Kumasi? What about Winneba, Cape Coast, Takrady, Tamale? There are so many locations within Ghana that they can quickly fill up or use to boost their impact before going international. Yeah. So what have you identified as the major hindrances for local music tourism, and what could be done to fix that?
Listen, how much time do we have?
Just 2 minutes to answer this one.
Good, thank you. Listen, my favorite part, and I wish I spent one day in looking at that. You hear these things, we don't have a touring circuit. Like Global Citizens say they are trying to build a touring circuit, and they put an artist there and he goes to 2 countries and goes, that's not a touring circuit, that's. What we have here are real opportunities. So how many stadiums does Ghana have? 4. You sure? We get more than 4. We got plenty. But that's the thing, the venues are already there. The venues are already there. Something amazing happened in 2019 for Afro Nation. It was 100% Ghana production. The gear was here. And if I tell you how much gear has come in the last 5 years, because Global Citizen triggered something else, a whole stage came into, we brought £1 million stage into the country because of that. The capacity to do that, or the opportunity to do that exists, but Trig and his friends need to decide whether we are worth their time or not. And that's the reality. I don't know how to sugarcoat it. Talents need to decide, because you see, if Rex, and I was talking to a few old artists, and do you know why we all had community centers in every part when we were all growing up? Every community. That was your entertainment center. AAA was going on tour 6 months. So I grew up in Kumasi, and one of my friends in my class was actually Alex Kunedu's son. This guy was seeing his father every 4 months, and the school was around that place. So I'll go there and see the musicians in session and everything. There was a touring circuit already. How do we do it? It's the willingness of the talents. Because everybody sits in Ghana. You haven't conquered Tadi. You haven't conquered Tamale. You haven't conquered Kumasi. You going to Kumasi and going to a nightclub for 300 people. I love that. You've done that. But where is the stadium? Like, okay, you put stop me before I start naming names. So. But what do we need to do? I don't think we need to do much. There's enough gear. We can literally play 20 concurrent shows in Ghana in a single day, and there will not be a shortage of gear. And all of them top tier shows. Top tier shows, live band, 12-piece band. Listen, there's enough gear in Ghana. The music, the show people need to come and sit with the business people. And the show people need to understand the business people back things that bring returns. It is a business. Dollar go, two must come. If I put 100,000 CDs in your show, I need 110. But if 100,000 becomes me putting an extra 400 and I can't see my way in, let's go and buy mosquito coil and distribute. It's reality. It's reality. But there's a real opportunity for us to trigger. Like, I got to give it up to somebody like D Black. Had the balls to do an 18-city tour a few years ago. He hasn't done it again. I'm always on his case. Like, you guys need to get up and do it. Like, what happens for 3 or 4 friends of Trick to come together and say, y'all know what? We are going to be, this is the fee that we are going to do. We'll flatten it up. You take this, I take that, I take that. And let's talk to all the promoters. Oh, by the way, every country, every city, every, regional capital, every district capital, there's a promoter. There's a guy who promotes you. Do you know why it's far and in between? Because there are returns. There are returns. It's a business issue. And we all need to get into a room like this and be realistic with ourselves. Like, I can't pay for your grandmother's debt on a single show. Those ones, they exist. But the ones that we all keep use for body and soul, like you have a musician that hasn't toured, played a single show for 3 years, and the first thing you walk in there is like he's calculating all the 3 years he hasn't performed and wanting one person to pay for it. Who does that? I speak for the business people, by the way. That's what I want to do. My biases are there.
Thank you very much. A huge round of applause, please.
Thank you.
Rudy, thank you. Thank you. The insight's so valuable and immense and intense as well. Another round of applause for Rudy Kwachi. It is still the African Music Business Dialogue here from the Presidential Lounge of the Kwame Nkrumah Memorial Park, and we're really having a good time being educated. This is a valuable part of the value chain of music and music business. Now coming up is the representative Hassan of Ditto Music. Let's receive Hassan of Ditto Music, who spared us some time so we can have Rudy, and after that we'll get into the program. Hassan, all the best. I give you 10 minutes to do this. It's a marathon at this point. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you all again. My name is Hassan Beiruti, country manager and... Hello? Claire? My name is Hassan Beiruti, country manager and artist and label service manager at Ditto Music, Ghana. Today I'm just here to show you ways in which you can help maximize your career as an artist. Just give my technical people a few minutes. Okay. Can you open it small? Hey. No, I know they see it better. Okay. Okay, cool. I think this was okay. So we'll just start off. Okay, so I've introduced myself. Dito Music was started off in 2005 by two brothers who were actually musicians, and they literally experienced the ups and downs of record label deals and unfair contracts. So they decided to go into the business of providing help for independent artists. So they started off Dito Music. And what Dito Music does is it's a global distribution company that serves over 500,000 artists, independent artists around the world. We also distribute music to over 200 streaming platforms, namely Apple Music, Spotify, and Boomplay, and the rest. So our main focus is to help independent artists earn money and market their music and grow their careers. Our main services include unlimited releases. So you are able to upload, for a subscription artist, you're able to upload as many as 40 releases per year. And for plus artists, it's typically the same. I mean, to be able to release 40 music is considered as unlimited. And this includes album. It's not that the 40 music includes, let's say if you have an 8-track album, it comes out as part of the 40. You can have 40 albums if you wish. One of the things that we have at Dito is that we have a global reach, and when you distribute music with us, it goes globally, it's worldwide. All music stores, all DSPs get your music, and they pay you for that. We also have one of the easiest softwares, or we have the easiest release builder to set up for artists. When you are setting up your music or you're setting up a release with Dito Music, you can get your music live in as little as 24 hours. If you have any issues, you can always reach out to people that are here, that are based here, speak your language, and you can get any problems that you have solved. So for our revenue collection, we have, for subscribers, you keep 100% of your royalties. So when you subscribe to our services, we don't charge you when you earn money on your streams. What you pay for is the platform to release the music to go out there. So we don't necessarily take commissions from you as a subscription artist. But for a plus artist, which is a priority artist, we take a little commission of it because we offer extra services. And these services are not limited to playlist pitching for all the DSPs, also specific non-playlist opportunities like Spotify Discovery and Spotify homepage takeovers in different territories around Africa. Our monthly payouts are very easy. We pay out monthlies. We can pay out in also quarterly. And you can withdraw your money anytime, anywhere in the world, as long as you have an account or a computer. We can even do bank transfers directly to you, or pay you with PayPal, or Pioneer is one of the easiest ways that we pay. Payoneer is one of the easiest ways that we pay our clients in these parts of the world. We also offer YouTube monetization and sync licensing. So there's two types. So content ID is when you earn money when people use your videos, or when people use your music for their videos. So you earn money through that. And then there's sync licensing, where you get your music placed in movies and TV shows and ads and etc., games, video games, and the likes. These are the two types of services, or our clients that we have, and then the services that we provide for the two types of clients that we have. For subscribers, you have unlimited releases. For the plus clients also, you have unlimited releases. You keep 100% of your royalties for subscription or for subscribers. But for Dito Plus clients, we earn a little commission because of the extra work we get to do for you. We are able to register your songs, depending on how well they perform on charts like the billboards in the UK and the likes. Priority playlists for DSPs, for priority playlists and DSP support. For subscribers, we don't normally offer that service. Most times, people on subscription usually don't have that many monthly listeners. So we don't usually offer playlisting. But we don't usually offer pitching for subscribers. But we help you with how do I say, tools and insights, and we help you with enough knowledge to help you pitch your music yourself, you know, by giving you, let's say, a little insight on, hey, if you want to distribute music or you want to release music, don't release it, don't submit it on Monday when your release date is on Friday. Give yourself like a 3-week interval so that your music will be in the system for a while for editors to get to see you. That is some of the advice we'll give to subscription artists. But for priority artists, we literally playlist pitch your music, not just for playlist opportunities, but also non-playlist opportunities. We also pitch your music videos as well for Vivo. For sync licensing opportunities, our subscribers don't really get that service. Because we will normally have to have a contract with you for you to give us the right to be able to do that. But with our subscribers, we don't normally have, how do I say it, these licenses given to us. But for our Plus clients, we do, because we sign a contract with them. And in the contract, you are giving us the license to be able to get these deals for you. For subscribers, you don't normally get a personal account manager, but it doesn't mean that if you have any issue, you can't reach somebody. There's always someone on standby through support or even through social media to help you with any issues you have. But for a Plus client, you literally have someone like myself who would help you submit your music to us, who would help you come up with a release strategy, help you come up with ways and means in which you can help promote the music, and even come up with funding if necessary. Artists who should upgrade to Ditto Plus are probably artists that have, for me, I would sign you if you have over 30 monthly listeners on Spotify and the likes. But it's usually for artists who want extra industry support, like playlist pitching, sync licensing, and a personal account manager. And also for labels and managers, customized distribution strategies. So we are at the end of it already. Our final takeaway over here would be that Ditto gives artists full control over their music careers with affordable pricing and premium services. We are available after this. If you have any specific questions or any challenges, maybe you're a Ditto user, you have any challenges that you want us to help you with, my team and I are here, and we can help you out. We also have a discount code, a 50% discount code for anybody that is here to come on the screen. For anybody that is here right now, you can use this 50% discount code to check out for any of our services once you sign up at dittomusic.com and you want to distribute music and you want to check out. This is a discount code that gives you a 50% discount of any of the products that we have or we are offering today. So please feel free to use it at your checkout. It lasts for a year. Thank you very much. Any questions? Please feel free. Yes, sir.
Yes, microphone for you.
Yeah, good afternoon to everyone. Please, I'm Stylish Raptendana from Upper East. I'm a Ditto Music user.
Yes.
Let's say I have an account with Ditto Music, almost a year now.
Okay.
Even though I don't have enough streams, but the little I get from, let's say, YouTube Music, Audio Mac, and other, among others, some of them are not counted on the Ditto Music. I don't know why. And let's say, yes,
okay.
Meanwhile, I have a huge number on the Boomplay.
On your back end?
Yes.
Okay, so...
And it wasn't there. Also, I can't link my bank account to...
Can I take one at a time so that, yeah. So with situations like this, sorry, not to cut you, but with situations like this, it's very easy. So Ditto only reports what we receive. If we haven't received your royalties or your breakdown, we can't send it to you. And also what you see on your artist's back end is very different from what is actually reported, because most times reports that come to you are 3 months behind. So on your back end, that is current, but you haven't been paid for that yet. So that is really what you face. Does that make sense? Exactly. So that is it. You are probably facing a situation where, one, certain DSPs are slow in accounting and sending out revenues to us for us to pay our clients, and then also they don't report as fast as the majors like Apple Music and Spotify. So you have issues, for example, with Boomplay or TikTok in situations like that. But it doesn't mean that your money is not coming, though. It will be paid. It's just a matter of time. You can go on with
Yes. So my problem here is before I registered for the thing, I read through it, and then they said before, like every 3 months.
Yes.
And some stores will even delay up to 6 months. So I've been with Ditto Music since last year, May, and it's almost a year now. Early this year, I was having just 0.06 euros on my streams. And then I think just last month or this month, that they increased it to 0.36 euros. Okay. And I still have some numbers on other streaming platforms that I have not seen it on the Ditto Music yet. And I don't know why, almost a year.
No, I think your problem is very common, especially in these times. Also, with regards to how much you probably are earning there's one factor. A lot of people that may be listening to music on platforms are usually using freemium accounts, where they're not necessarily paying for these accounts that they are using, or they're not necessarily paying for the premium services. So you earn less if your music is being listened to people that have free accounts. You earn way less. And also, the value of 1 million streams in Africa is not the same as the value of 1 million streams in America. So sometimes you might see these numbers and the price would be shocking to you, but that is how we are placed, or that's where we are placed in the world. But I think your issue can be solved. Probably you just need to speak to one of our people, and then we'll take a look at your back end and see where the problem is. But it's not an issue at all. Yeah.
All right. I just want to find out, if one person listens to your song for maybe up to 10 times, does it count as one, or it counts the number of times that the person listened to?
Okay, that's a very good question. So, well, it varies. The thing is, if one person listens to a song 10 times, the 10 times the person is listening to the song is coming from one IP. If you understand what I mean, like it's coming from one IP code, so it still counts as one. But maybe the next day, if the person listens to the song again, then it counts as another stream. Does that make sense? Yes.
All right. Thank you. Let's have the very final question here for the sake of time. Thank you.
Yes.
My chairman.
I'm the questions man, right? Okay, so the distribution chain begins from the stores to the distributor to the artist or the label. There's a chain across.
From the artist to the
from the stores to the distribution company to the artist, right? That is how it goes. Where your music is the store.
Yes.
Then they report to the distribution company,
yes.
then to the artist.
Yes.
That's the chain I'm talking about.
Yes.
Okay, so if I learned that Apple Music or all the stores have days, a number of maybe months, so maybe 3 months before they pay out. How are you able to pay an artist every month?
Oh, so how will I even put this? It's not all stores pay quarterly. We probably receive data for royalties every month. You can opt to receive your data, your royalties statements per month or quarterly. It's your choice. Do you get? So they report to us every month, but it's up to the client who decides that I want to receive my reports, or every month or every 3 months. That's really how it is. But the thing is, most times, DSPs start paying out royalties if you release music after 3 months. That's why it takes that time, because it takes that amount of time to collate the data for the first 3 months and then pay the distributor to pay the client. Yeah. Thank you very much. And please, we are around. Don't forget, the discount code is active for a year. You can always use it. And if you have any questions, please feel free to talk to anybody with a Ditto shirt outside.
Ladies
Thank you
and
very
gentlemen,
much.
Hassan Beruti of Ditto Music. A wonderful round of applause for him. Thank you. AMBD continues. I have just a few messages that I want to share with you. But even before that, please allow me to bring on a person that we've been waiting to hear for some time with regards to unlocking Africa's creative potential, which is the theme this time around. If you're ready, let's receive the Executive Secretary of the National Film Authority, James Gardner.
Yeah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not going to take much of your time. I didn't come here with a presentation and all of that. I'm not a numbers guy, and I'm sure a lot of us here will be wondering what a film person is doing here. Just to start the whole discussion, I'm sure a lot of us know about Wachi. Who has tried Wachi in here? And how do you like your Wachi? I mean, the usual, right? Gari, macaroni, some much sausage, plantain, and whatnot. Right. And ikosia, solid. So essentially, all these things can stuff. You can have gari as a different meal. You can have spaghetti as a different meal. Just like, maybe I'll just say you can't have shito as a meal, but with whatever it is, the other components, they all come together to create that magic. So music and film is just like that. It's a very funny example I'm creating here, but you and I will know that there's a huge missing factor when music away from film. Without music, a lot can still be done with film, but a lot of the impact comes from the synergy. And that's why I'm here to talk about that, because to start it all off, maybe our side of the world is what makes a difference as to why music hasn't really been fused together with film, or the synergy hasn't really been that effective. But if you travel outside in the Western countries, a lot of these professional actors started off with stage performances. And when it comes to that, music is a huge or a key part of that as well, before they transcend to coming on screen and all of that. So they already have the music background. It's something that you just can't take away. Music sets the tone right from the beginning. When a film starts, depending on how mellow the music is, or how fast-paced it is, or the tempo, it can bring out emotions or detect the emotions that they would like for you to ride on right from the very beginning. Let's just say Mr. A is an armed robber in a movie, right? And for every time that he goes to rob a bank and he comes out of the bank, there's a sound that plays, pudum, 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 pudum. That means he's had a successful robbery. So in the next scene, even if he goes for a robbery, and before he walks out of the building, you hear that music, automatically your mind just adds up and you know that that's a successful robbery. But in the third scene, before he walks out, and you don't hear that, do you hear? Or a different sound, then it starts bringing out suspense. So you start to think, okay, what's going to happen here? I can say the same for, let's say, a funeral scene. If there's a funeral scene, obviously there'll be like a mellow music, everyone is sad, teary. But then the moment you start hearing thumping music and sounds, everybody starts looking at, okay, what's going to happen here? That is how essential music is when it comes to film. Particularly even with some of our brothers and sisters who have disabilities when it comes to sound and sights and whatnot. They are major beneficiaries when it comes to the music, because they listen to the sound and they can follow the sound and dictate where their emotions is going to be at. Okay, now when it comes to numbers, which I'm not really going to delve much into, but one example I'm going to create is The Lion King. The film in itself had a separate album on the side. And if you do your research, I think in just 36 countries alone, it sold about 14.5 million, if I'm right. Mr. Rudy is not here, so we can't really get all the facts. But that was just in 36 countries. And if we are going to be very honest with ourselves, it's a part of the market that we as Africans haven't really tapped into. I would say maybe our consumption culture may probably, dictate where we hammer on the most, because that's where we get the most money. But it takes someone to be bold enough to start something for everyone else to follow suit. How to find the shepherd for the rest of the sheep to follow is where the problem comes from here in Africa. So in as much as there's music on its own and then there's film on its own, the synergy is something that we have to work on to see how we can make the most out of it. Because if we can single-handedly generate a lot of revenue, just like Mr. Kwache showed here. I don't want to delve so much into the film numbers because I'm very sure we all hear about the box office numbers and whatnot. But how to find that bridge and how to sit down in a room and have an intimate conversation as to how our part of the world can introduce that consumption culture when it comes to audiovisual or music and film proper, to see how we can tap into that. I think Kitty once did something like that, did an album, and also, yeah, I would appreciate that, thank you. Kitty did an album, and you almost cut my head off. And Sugar, yes, I was in there as well. Thank you so much. Sorry. Yeah, and it was like music and film. So for every sound that was on the album, it's almost like there was a story to back all of that up. And the feedback was just great. So if we can tap into that and talk to the essential industry playmakers and stakeholders, and even the corporate market as well, I feel like it's a place that we can tap into and make a lot of revenue. In Ghana, locally, even before we start to travel, when it comes to music consumption or film consumption, our streaming power here in this country, based on our numbers, I would say is not really up there, but it still has a significant contribution. And that is why we still get access to all of these platforms. So maybe if we start doing all the cleanup services at home first, we can now have a clean environment to sit down with other investors from neighboring countries or even Western countries and see how we can tap into the African market. If you look at the album, a lot of African artists were on there as well, and they were generating a lot of numbers. It means there's a lot of potential to tap into that market. So I don't know if my 10 minutes is up. Yeah, almost. But yeah, essentially film and music go hand in hand. And I think there's so much that we can do with regards to business and numbers. It's just about having the right conversations and being intentional and serious about it. Thank you.
Please put your hands together. James, thank you so much for this. Would we have any questions for James? Music and film coming together is always important. There's no film without music, honestly, yes. So please, would there be any question for James? Yes, Trig.
So, I mean, beautiful presentation. Clearly, there's synergy between music and film. But on the ground, how, as a musician, well, not me, I'm asking for everyone else who's into music, how do I get identified by a filmmaker? And do you think filmmakers, especially in Africa, will go through the hustle to get a musician to produce music for a film, I mean, for a movie? I know that Kumawood is doing it, but I'm speaking in comparison to other film industries because of competition. Because if I'm in Ghana, I'd want to be heard maybe in Cote d'Ivoire or in, so I'd want if I'm a film producer, I would want my film to look and sound like Hollywood, since that's the standard we all measure with. Because sometimes, like you said, it's not even about the content of the film, but everything else that adds up to the film. So how do I, maybe as a musician, how do I get, if I'm not friends with a film producer, if I don't know anybody, How do I, how do we really tighten that relationship? And since you are with the NFA, maybe from that angle.
Yeah, so I was just about to mention NFA. I think a lot of people try to figure their way out around things before they get directed onto, the right path, which is not a bad thing. Experiment is very good. But if you want to save yourself the stress and the time, whatever it is that you take a key interest in, you just look at the background and see which institutions or agencies man those areas. Once you go and you have a sit down with them and you tell them what your plan is, they should be able to direct you to the people who are licensed with the NFA and have the technical know-how and ability to guide you through whatever it is. They will guide you through the numbers, whatever it is that you start to gain, and peg it with whatever numbers that you have. And if you know that you have to probably do more work before you start embarking on a huge project like that, because first of all, you need the ears, you need the numbers for you to get consumption. If you are now starting your journey, you don't expect to gain so much from a partnership or from an area that hasn't really been tapped very well into. So I would say maybe for someone like Kidi is a very well-known and a very successful musician. Trigmatic is as well. So if you're an up-and-coming artist, maybe you probably have to go through the procedure a little bit. Just like Rudy said, there are no shortcuts when it comes to working in the industry. You can't buy your way through it. You can buy numbers and whatnot, but if you actually want a good name and you want to be successful at what you do, you need to really put in a lot of work and be ready to go through the long journey and also work with the right agencies, and you should be right there.
A question there, yes. This will be our final question for James.
There's another one here as well.
All right, so the last two.
So can I get more tissue, please?
Okay, hi. So my question has to do with the most important reason, lack of financial know-how, or should I say lack of finances. Now, if as a film director, I want an artist to do like a soundtrack or a score for me, that artist is going to have his own demands, because producing an album on its own requires a lot of money. Producing a movie requires a lot of money. Producing a movie and an album is going to take a lot. Now, looking at the film landscape in Ghana right now, I wouldn't say I might be insinuating here, but it's not as vibrant or profitable as it is. Is there going to be any inputs from government, you being with the NFA, is there going to be any input for government to fund filmmakers, to help fund these artists, to help do that, like to help create that synergy?
Yeah, so like I rightly said, once conversations around this is hard, because the government won't just get up and just say, we feel like this is what you want to embark on, so we're just leaving this in the air. It has to be a proper setup, a proper industry, like a stakeholders sit down, you discuss it, you draw a proposal, you mark it up and see where you're going to get the numbers from. Before you sell an idea to the government, you also have to give them a reason as to how the government can also benefit. In as much as the government takes care of its citizens and whatnot, it's not just a charity case. There's still the business side of it as well. It may start slow. It may probably take a longer time for it to be profitable, but the conversation needs to be had first. And that's why in my outfit, for instance, and in my capacity as the NFA, a deputy executive secretary, we can connect with the other agencies in the music department and agencies as well, and then we see how to move this forward. Does that answer your question? Thank you.
So there's a really good conversation around the synergy, particularly about the West and how it uses music to inform and develop, your score and your film. Now, the music industry has also informed the development of movies, and kind of dovetailing off the question he just asked, what would be that touch point? Is it engaging with screen makers? Is it engaging with the actual actors? Is it engaging on that level, as opposed to going through kind of governmental channels that can take a lot of time, that can take a lot of introduction? We have a lot of really good examples of movies that have been created around the music, as opposed to music that's just informing movies. So what would be the best way to do that in this marketplace? Because I find I watch Ghanaian and Nigerian movies and I'm not hearing the music, or at least the royalties from that music or those films are not coming back to the home marketplaces.
Yeah, that's a very good question. So, yeah, I think first of all, from my standpoint, I would say the leaders or the various heads should have a sit down first before they inculcate the other industry playmakers or bring the artists together and sell the idea to them. Say, look, this is the channel we feel we can tap into more. So you talk about numbers, you bring experts when it comes to numbers, someone like Rudy. There are also other people. There's the audiovisual part as well of the NFA. They all come together. You draw a proposal, possibly something you are going to push to the parliament. So with that, you need an ally in that direction. But once that seed is sown, then you can now incorporate more of the industry players, the musicians, the top names, like the people who are up there, to start that as a trend, to set an example for the upcoming artists to also follow. It might be a long process, but once someone is bold enough to start it as a venture, I think we can really tap into that market.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please, one final round of applause for James. James, thank you very much. And I wish you well in the office as well. Congratulations on the appointment as well as you move forward. I must say this, that this has been this is still the African music business dialogue that we're having here. And we apologize for all the sweat on the stage. Yeah, we really apologize. Yeah. Well, as we go on, please allow me to acknowledge the presence of Nana Adwoa Karte. Nana Adwoa Karte spoke with us in the first panel. She is a senior partner at Afrimo Advisors. Afrimo Advisors is partnering us this time around. And I just want to send a message across. As a modern and vibrant full-service law firm with the energy and expertise of a top-notch law firm in Africa and beyond. At Afrimo Advisors, they pride themselves in always exhibiting their innate qualities of exemplary excellence, proven professionalism, and unalloyed integrity. If you need a law firm that would be a part of this conversation and can help you where you want to go, especially as an artist or anyone in the value chain of the music business, please talk to Afrimo. Nana is here. Yes, she has a stand right there at the very front where we'll go on a break shortly. Yes, please visit the stand and have a conversation with her. One more time, a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Please allow me to acknowledge our partners, Magic, Afro International Music Festival, Grey Play, Africa Arts Network, GH Music Publishing, Ditto, whom we heard with Hassan, Cinema 57, Mozo TV, Cinemax, and Diplomat Affairs TV. These are partners, and all these are powered by Be Wired, who are the conveners of today's wonderful AMBD conversation. Our media houses are City TV, UTV, Ghana Web, and Amayal Deborah TV. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, allow me to bring on a legend, a modern icon of guitar music, the man himself I introduced earlier, Aka Blay. While Aka Blay comes on, oh, you want to make some noise for him? I'm sure you heard. Ladies and gents, are you ready now? Yes. We'll also take a quick break and we'll go into the corner over there. If you want to have a very cool drink to relax you, we'll do that while we're having Aka Blay perform for us during the break. This is still the African Music Business Dialogue and Music Showcase. Thank you very much. Still showcasing wonderful music, original Ghanaian music here at AMBD 2025. Make some noise for Akablé right now. Make some noise.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Since we are all here at the Kwame Nkrumah Mausoleum, there's something Kwame Nkrumah said some years back that Africa have to unite. We didn't understand him until several years passed, and then we are still trying to unite. We are still trying to unite. And please, do you know Kwame Nkrumah's mother tongue? What language does Kwame Nkrumah speak? Okay. So I'm going to do one song in Nzima for Kwame Nkrumah. So, Ejweke besia frenge jizule. Ejweke baga frenge jizule. Kwame Nkrumah mengani mengile libe. Eja Nkrumah o mengani o. Nanoma mengani na bandi o. Nanoma mengani na bandi o. Sejweke baga frenge jizule. Ebibire ma o ye hamozi. Advanzi mo ye hamozi o. Africa mo ye hamozi boko 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 boko. Neshete mi se mingani o. Mi se mingani o. Na bande. Neshete mi se mingani o. Mi se mingani o. Na bande. That was an advice Kwame Nkrumah gave to the African presidents several years back, and they didn't listen to him. I want to play this song that I believe everybody wants me to play. And it's unfortunate you don't have so many women here. I can count only Amiajwa, 1, 2, 3, only 4 women. So out of the 4 women, I'm going to take 3 away and then give 1 to everybody. Agreed? The men, do you agree to that? You agree that I take 4, I take 3 and give you 1. Gamimi, do you agree? You don't agree? Then I won't play. Because I wrote the song. So if I have to sing, then you have to agree that I take the ladies away. Okay, so. Ladies and gents, are you ready now? We are taking the girl. You see, you say you don't agree, but you are singing. You, ladies and gents, are you ready now? We are taking the girls away. Ladies and gents, are you ready now? We are taking the girls. Let's sing the chorus. We whatever you do, I will take you home. I will take you home tonight. Whatever you say, I will take you home. I will take you home tonight. Let's sing again. We are taking the girls. Ladies and gents, are you ready now? We are taking the girls. Nuko kepkos na mkotwe. Mkotwe wa mpwano. Ena apofunu wase wante brofo nti muntu fanti. Nti ahanso mbeto no fanti. Enuanu na adofo. Semwa ye kradwa ye besi so mesiafu inara ya pastor. You see. If mesiafu na say do kwasor. Na sofu no wa bless ansa na dia kofi moboa. Ana odu sere dia mranche no se mesiafu no wodo kwasor. Wo wi ana wodo akofie. Ino bi so. Enuanu na adofo mesi Semwa ye kradwa ye besi so mesiafu inara ya pastor. Enuanum na dofu mesi semwa ye kradwa ye besi so mesiafu inara ya pastor. Wame antwe. We are taking the girls away. We are taking the girls away. Ladies and gents, are you ready now? We are taking the girls out. We are taking the girls away. We are taking the girls away. Ladies and gents, are you ready now? We are taking the girls away to church. Okay. Order for fratisa no beria. Beria children no jata nai. Meno na mi. Won fami kodra jami here. Order for fratisa no beria. Beria children no jata nai. Meno na mi. Won fami kodra jami here. Odo na me do wunti adwin de meji mana. Odo na me do wunti na adwin de masayana. Nakupenda o sheri, nakupenda o mama. Nakupenda oh sheri, nakupenda oh mama. Malaika, nakupenda oh malaika. Odo for fratisa no beria, beria children no jata nai. Meno na mi, won fami kodra jami here. Odo na mi do wunti, adwin de meji mana. Odo na mi do wunti, adwin de masayana. Na mi do wutina adwin de meji mana. Nakupenda oh sheri, nakupenda oh mama. Malaika, nakupenda oh malaika. Okay, this is a story my grandfather told me when I was about 7 years. And then it was about a woman who had 2 maid servants. But the woman was a beans cultivator, as a beans farmer. Anytime she dries the beans on the shed, it got short in. Some get missing. And then when she asked the ladies, no one says, I took it. So she would take them to the riverside and then place them in the river. And then she asked them to sing this song one by one. If you are the person who took the beans, then you get swallowed by the water god. So that's it. Midamia mini nana regelu baya. Azule fami oh fami. Kanga fami oh fami. Urake nana regelu bayo. Azule rei oh rei. Midamia mini nana regelu baya. Azule fami oh fami, kanga kami oh kami, urake na neriga lubayo. Azule lei oh lei. Wonyo bede biye wolia, yonemu. Wonya kwandi biye wakosa, yonemu. Mafam kotra kwa wakosa. Ma femme contre toi avec sam kambele. Wonya la baby e wolia. Yolemu. Wonya kondi bi e wa memia. Yolemu. Ma femme contre toi avec sam kambele. Ma femme contre toi avec sam kambele. Beka beka na wandia. Alabolo, alabolo. Ayo eko, ejahane mande, imani alabolo. Oh, I say wala. Okay, we're gonna do this session. So we're gonna say, oh, oh, oh. Ese wara. One more. Say, oh, 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 ese. Oh, ese. Ayo, ego. Ejahane mande. Mami alaboro oh 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 ese wala ne wabla mo ese wala oh 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 ese wa ayo oh ah oh 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 ese wala. Esawara no abrabo. Okay. So there's this song that I did with where's Trigmatic? Trigmatic. Where are you? There are a lot of rhythms in Ghana that we haven't explored. One of them is called Odon Song. And this Odon song, I did it with Trigmatic. Where is Trigmatic? If he's coming, fine. the Midas touch, a touch of gold. I think we all read about King Midas touch. Are you aware about that story? King Midas touch. I should tell you about it. Oh, so unfortunate. It was about this lady who went to a magician and then asked the magician, she wants everything that she touches to become what? Gold. And then everything that he touched, including water, including food, became gold. So, what do you think will happen to her? She has everything, but she will starve to death. You don't have to wish everything that. How can you go to somebody and say, King, magician, please, let everything that I touch on this planet to become gold. So, let's be content with what we have. And this song is called The Midas Touch. I did it Trigmatic. She's got the Midas touch, a touch of gold. She's got the Midas touch, a touch of gold. And I did this song and then featured Trigmatic, just to let our young musicians to know that African rhythms, especially Ghanaian rhythms, can be exploited. You can do everything. You can rap on Ghanaian rhythms. Don't just wake up and say, I'm doing dance hall, because you can't go to China and sell Chinese rice to China. You can only sell acheke. You can only sell kontomre abum. You can only sell Mankanian Pesier to the Chinese. So I'm pleading with you, the young artists, please. There are a lot of Ghanaian rhythms. We have this one that I'm doing is called Odon Song. We have the Yamponsa. We have the Dagoma. We have my type of high life I play is called Kundum High Life. Because I'm coming from the Nzima. And Nzima, the festival that we celebrate is Kundum. So I take inspiration from the Kundum rhythms, Kundum drums, and then I compose my music around it. So I call it Kundum High Life. We have Adwa, we have Malogo, we have Dagoma, we have Akrowa, we have a lot. So why do you put all this aside and then say we are doing dance hall? I mean, fine, it will be okay today, but don't forget, we have a lot of years ahead. As the sun ran away from the moon, so shall evil run away from our love. As the sun ran away from the moon, so shall evil run away from our love. She's got the honey, she's got the sugar, she's got everything that I need. She's got the honey, she's got the sugar, she's got everything that I want. So she's got the Midas touch, a touch of gold. She's got the Midas touch, a touch of gold. This is Odon song. And then this is a very particular song that is very close and dear to my heart. And I also did that with Trigmatic. So Trig, I want you to come on stage so we do it together. Heavy rain, I wet not cause of you. Now I know that it's you, Susanna. In the darkness, I still see a picture of you. Now I know that it's you, Susanna. Come back home. It's been a long, long time. Come back home. It's been quite a long, long time. In the darkness, I still see a picture of you. Now I know that it's you, Susanna.
In the darkness, I still see a picture of you. Now I know that it's you, Susanna. In the darkness, I still see a picture of you. Now I know that it's you, Susanna.
Come back home. It's been a long, long time. Come back home. It's been quite a long, long time. In the darkness, I still see a picture of you.
Now I know that it's you, Susanna.
So you all gonna say,
Susanna, I'm calling. Susanna, I'm calling.
let's sing on.
Susanna, I'm calling. Susanna, I'm calling. Susanna, I'm calling. Susanna, I'm calling.
Susanna,
I'm calling.
Incredible, guys. Make some noise for them. Make some noise. Akable, always a pleasure. Akable, always a pleasure. Ladies and gentlemen, The African Music Business Dialogue continues. Can we have a setup for a panel discussion? Just a two-member panel discussion. Just a two-member panel discussion. How are we all feeling? Are we feeling good?
Yep.
Nice, nice.
What is it?
Oh, brilliant guitar music. Another round of applause, please. But Trick, that was awesome. That was awesome having to hear you do this very unplugged session. I think that AMBD next year should be for 2 days. Do we all agree? Yeah, it should be for 2-3 days, you know, have some residency somewhere and get the conversation going. Yeah. It would be nice to have some of you register to be there. I'm hearing this feedback. I'm not sure which microphone is that. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get this going. Let me invite the general manager of Cinema 57. Or is it Cinema 57? Is that correct? Yes. Let me have Albert Sapon with us. A huge round of applause. Albert and I are going to go on a tangent. Oh, you can do it better for this gentleman. Yes. Yes.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to allow you to introduce yourself, but first of all, we're going to go on a tangent of having a conversation about film and music. Albert himself having been a platform, running a platform that runs cinema. Yes, just as the name implies directly.
Exactly.
Yes, and
All right.
James and all of us established that there's really no cinema without sound, and when that sound is music, it's even better.
Absolutely.
Yes. So Albert, over to you. Please, just a quick introduction of yourself. If you have any submission to make, do that. This is just by a fireside chat that the two of us are having or going to be engaged in. So over to you.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you guys for coming. Thank you guys for staying this long as well. My name is Albert Sapon, General Manager for Cinema 57. We like to define ourselves as an alternative cinema where we own a lot of mobile cinema equipment. So our aim is to be able to take cinema to the people rather than be at a specific place and have people come to us. Right? We're actually in the process of creating community cinemas as well all over the country. I think it was Rudy who talked about community centers. We're trying to bring those things back in terms of film as well. And also to play other roles, actually, to serve music and arts as well. But the aim is to be able to take arts, and especially movies, all over the country with our community cinema initiative.
Nice.
Yeah.
I want us to break the conversation this way. I heard something that I thought we could debunk rather quickly.
Okay.
Where we thought that our music is not influencing film, or film isn't influencing music. But I remember that even in modern times, maybe about 20 years ago, Becca's Dark Ada, for example, and Sparrow Productions movie, as a movie, and the two had a very good synergy, working together. If you had not seen the movie before, just by watching the music video, you know that there's a movie involved, and so you'd see the movie. And if you saw the movie as well, you know that the song had a very good influence, and so it makes you patronize the music independently. And so I just want us to say that in Ghana, we've done a very good job sometime before. Even in international waters, I also know that a movie like, say, Fallen by Lauren Wood, together with the movie Pretty Woman, which starred Julia Roberts. Yes. Yeah. For example, another very good collaboration between music and film. In our case this day, what would you say would be the remedy to bringing back that vibe?
So let me first start by giving Sparrow Productions and Shirley like a huge hand. They've done so much, and I know they're not here, but please give them a round of applause if you can. Shirley and Sparrow have done a great. So I used to be in music management before, and one of the things that we did was we used to work closely with Shirley and her team in giving them music to score in their films. So yeah, they did a really good job before. I think there's a bit of a disconnect now. There aren't a lot of Ghanaian producers, directors who are using a lot of local artists in their film. I think that's the gap we need to bridge. I don't know what needs, maybe we need to put both industries in the same room to have that conversation. And I'm grateful that Mr. Gardner was here before. But I think that's what we need to do. We need to be able to put these two people in the same room, introduce the directors to the musicians, and vice versa, and then let them begin to see what we can do together. Yeah.
In that vein, I would ask another way that looking at the film landscape we have today, I know you would agree with me that we are falling short of the glory days. You know, we had
Not entirely, but yeah.
Well, we had a 90s boom.
Yeah.
Trickled down a bit, lost it to some other West African people.
Yeah.
Then came up in the 2010s boom. Yes, that has also sort of died out for reasons mostly commercial. How are we setting up, and through you as well, and the initiatives that you have, talking about these community centers of viewing, how are we going to raise this emblem back, or this whole token back again?
So it's a work in progress. What we aim to do is be able to empower filmmakers to make films that are relevant to us. For instance, we have a lot of stories we can tell about our people, our experiences, our history, but most of them aren't being viewed, turned into films, right? What we have is people are coming up with their own stories and telling their own stories, which is fine. But I feel like if you take someone like E.T. Mensah, the musician, for instance, right? He's seen as the father of highlight.
Yes.
That deserves its own film. That even crosses between film and music, because then you could even have a musical, right? Which is something we haven't really explored as a people. I think the last African musical I saw was Sarafina.
Okay.
Right, and we haven't really had any mainstream musicals since then. Right, but imagine if there was a film on E.T. Mensah, right? That would definitely take us to a different level altogether in terms of music and film. Right, so what we're trying to do is encourage filmmakers to tell our stories and make it more interesting, even to tell me stories that talk about different aspects of the arts and even politics per se, right? Because again, my thing is always E.T. Mensah. It's something that I've dreamt about. It's something that I hope to partner with other filmmakers to do.
Yeah.
Because a Ghanaian musical on E.T. Mensah or even on Fela, I think that would move a lot of people.
Interesting. Again, how is all of this impacting culture? How are we using film and music to impact culture in our time today?
Right now, I don't think we're doing so much. It's definitely an area that needs to be seriously explored. Again, we need to put both industries in the same room.
Yeah.
Because there isn't so much impact happening right now. I've met a couple of upcoming artists here at this event, and everyone's talking about, how can I get my music out there? How can I get my stuff out there? And I think film is a great avenue to do that. Let me give you an example.
Yeah.
So if you watch any of the Disney musicals, any of them, what happens is they do the movie, then there's an album for the film, right? There's a music album for the film that does its own charting on Spotify and whatnot, right? That generates money for the artists and the producers and the composers and all that as well. I think we should be able to take that idea and bring it home and try and build that from there as well. Because right now, there isn't really a lot of impact happening between film and music at all.
All right. Another success was Azonto Ghost, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, I have to. I'm trying to bring out some classic examples. For example, Azonto Ghost, song, or music, and film.
Yeah.
Those some power in there. I think this should have been probably about 2012.
Yeah.
Yes, thereabout. Yes. So, Azonto music, and this whole barrage of a film. I'm not sure where the film was going to, because I've never really taken my time to see the movie.
But it was a step in the right direction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it made even an artist out of an actor, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes. Now, question is this. Do we still have a certain defined culture today as Ghanaian people that music and film can come together to inform the rest of the world that this is today's or the modern culture of Ghanaians?
The opportunity is it's certainly there.
Okay.
Because again, we have countless artists, countless talented artists who are looking for a break.
Yeah.
And they might be thinking that streaming platforms and being on stage might be that break. But I can say with the fact that film is also a definite space that they can take advantage of. That could, just like Azoto goes, that could take them to the next level. Again, we need to get those two industries in the same room.
All right.
Because I feel like there are the people on the film side who don't know the opportunities that exist in the music side as well, and vice versa.
All right.
So the best thing is we need to find a way to put both people in the same room.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, please let me ask, throw the mic out. If the other microphone is around, please help me. Let's have some questions come so we can be engaged. Please help me with the other microphone. Oh, right here. Okay, please. You want to just kindly pick it up if you have a question? I'm not around to do that, but I can move around. Don't worry. Yes.
Hello? Yeah, so my name is Kuvi. I'm a music producer. And I also, I want to say dabble, but that would be being modest, but I've worked in film to some capacity. I think one of the main disconnects is the fact that there's no actual value proposition between musicians and videographers, in the sense that we are not being put in the same rooms. We are not also coming up with ideas to exchange value, because obviously the royalty system is pretty much shut over here, so it doesn't make it easy to monetize. But we are not coming up with creative ways like collaborating on these said projects and also shooting videos for that. So how would you propose or suggest that there can be a more of an efficient value proposition between both stakeholders?
So let me first start by giving props to a few people. Andy Magite did a project for, was it? I can't remember who he did it for, but he did a music project recently that was really good. I think musicians need to do a lot of storytelling in their videos. It's usually, and correct me if I'm wrong, Kuvi, it's usually, oh, we did a song, we need to let the vibe in the video relate to what the song is. But I mean, back in the day, there were a lot of artists who were doing a lot of storytelling. So it's like a mini film. The music video is like a mini film. I think we need to go back to that. Also, for the filmmakers, I think when scripting the films, they need to have music also at the background of that idea. And that way, it's easy to move to a musician to say, hey, I have this idea, this is a story I want to tell. Your music plays a very huge part in this. Let's do this together. Again, my hope is to one day see a Ghanaian musical where the entire thing from beginning to end talks all about like music and film coming together. Yeah. I mean, Nana, our seniors here. Please let's give him a round of applause.
Please, let's appreciate the senior. Senior, come and sit this way and take that microphone. Have my seat.
Please, a huge round of applause for him, please.
Creative director himself.
Thank you.
Lots of projects as a creative director. Senior, we'll come back to you. Let him finish with the submission.
For me, it comes back again to maybe I'm talking about it a lot, but maybe I need to do it, to put these two people in the same room so that that conversation can happen. But yeah, it definitely needs to happen.
And more seminars. I think more seminars that put these, because we've had too many music seminars, too many, and we also ignore the fact that there's a divide between all those disciplines.
True.
But a great creative director is the type to embrace all these facets, because the sound is important, visuals is important, the business, especially the business, is important. But all of this, all of these seminars are happening, but not putting together all of these different disciplines together, and that's what is keeping the creative sector fragmented, in my opinion. What do you think about that?
No, I totally agree. I think, again, we need more people to spearhead these things. So Kuvi, if you're with me, we can come together and try and do something together. Vim, great. Thank you so much.
Now it's already collaboration's been established here. Nana Isin, welcome to this conversation.
Yes, we are looking at the marriage or synergy between music and film. And from where you stand, I know there's vast experience from where you stand, having adopted certain music for certain productions that you've been on in time past. And also, I know you even directed music videos as well. When I met you, you were directing music videos.
Yeah.
Yes. So please, just let's see where you stand, what your thoughts are, what industry practice has been so far that could propel this marriage into the future as a better stand.
Okay. I think one of the last things I caught was there has to be the conversation to bring these two together. And I think they are together already. Okay. I think it's not about them being in the same room and talking, because we've spoken too many times in the past 10, 20 years. I think the problem is somebody beginning it, right? And by beginning it, what I mean is, if there's attention to detail, there's attention to craft, we will all realize that the way forward for Ghanaian music, I'll give an example. There was a time when Ghanaian music didn't have legs. It was dance that took it, Azonto, right? Now, Ghanaian film has been propelled by several things, sometimes even just the stars in the films. So that's just to say that the opportunities are already there, but we need to start taking the opportunities, because I will meet you on a Friday night somewhere, I'll holler at you, hey, and then that's it. That's what I mean by we are already in the room. So it takes one music person to walk to a filmmaker and say, okay, I want to score your film, but in scoring your film, let's talk about the business of it first. How do we distribute that music? How does my music help your film? How does your film help my music? Let's go into a room, let's fight, let's punch each other, let's work out the numbers. We get out of there, you have a 70, I have a 30, or you have a 50, I have a 50. Nobody knows about that. Then we step forward to the world to raise the money for the project, and then we sell it. I feel like over here on this side of the world, there's a lot of talk. Now, when Rudy was talking, Rudy gave us a lot of statistics. That proves that the abilities are here. Afro Nation was 100% Ghanaian production. I was on Global Citizen. It was a 99% Ghanaian production. The segment I directed for ABC for Global Citizen was 100% Ghanaian production. So we have the abilities. The thing is, we constantly are waiting for somebody outside to come and create the opportunity for us. But we do have the opportunity already. So if we start looking at it, if I call Trig and I say, Trig, I have a film coming up. And Trig says, yeah, okay, cool. So you talk to my manager and my distro and da-da-da-da-da. Right? I'm not saying Trig has done that, so that's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying, if Trig does that, me as an up-and-coming filmmaker, I get scared. Because, let's be frank, Nigerians are braver than we are. Absolutely. I've been in meetings in the past 2-3 months with my Nigerian partners, and sometimes when it comes to money, they ask me to shut up. Because when someone says 100,000, I'll say, can we give you 50? They go like, why don't we give you 150, but you do this for us? I've seen it happen several times. I'm like, oops, let me shut up, I'm a Ghanaian, right? So all I'm trying to say is, sometimes the artists themselves, when like a filmmaker approaches them, they end up intimidating the other Ghanaian on that side. Now, with Rudy's numbers, you would understand that there is the opportunities. But when the space takes 20 people and you say you sold out to 1,000, we don't believe you. You don't believe it yourself, because then your bank account isn't saying the same thing. But then if you come to me and you tell me that, bro, Charlie, I made 2,000 off the show. That's the truth. I want to make 20,000. And I also tell you that, okay, so you know what, my film, the last one, I made 10,000. I want to make 100,000. How do we do this together? When we start having the frank conversations, then we can begin to see the money and then begin to tie it into a plan that would make it happen. So I believe that the opportunities are already there. I'm currently working on the project that I want to put on about 4 or 5 Ghanaian original songs and create like a whole score and soundtrack for the project. I've tried to reach out to certain Ghanaian artists. One of them said, no problem, write a letter, I'll send it to my management, we'll take it to the distribution person, we'll do whatever we have to do. Of course, it's not for free. When the project comes out, he makes his money, I make my money, we're gone. Done deal. That's from one angle. I am trying to get to speak to somebody at a governmental agency that's in charge of music. Up to now. Because I just want access to three songs that define what Ghanaian music is just for the project. So we end up creating barriers for ourselves. Even though we are supposed to enable each other. If I walk in and I open the door, I'll have to keep it open for you to walk in and the next person to walk in. Because in that room, if there are 3 Ghanaians, we have a better voice than if there's only 1 Ghanaian. I think we have all the opportunities. Like Rudy said, the event logistics in this country can play 20 shows, 20 top-notch shows at a time. But why are we not? Because we are concentrating on the little things. We are hoping that somebody will come and open the door. The door is already open. We are in the room. We are saying somebody should pull us into the room. We are by the table. We are asking we want a seat at the table. Maybe that conversation should stop. Okay, enough of my rant. I'm done.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Please, you want to put your hands together for Nana. I want to open up for some questions now. Over to you.
Thank you very much. I'm Amma. Mine is not like a question, but I wanted to find out why is it that we have our structure in terms of the creative arts education. We have one in the university, we have some at the Legon, but when it comes to music, I always observe that those in the showbiz or those who come, they are up and coming music. Most of them comes and then they have been as if they are now going to be trained and exposed. What about those who normally go to do the music, the pure music? Where are they? And where those who completed and they are musicians? Where are they? Or what? Why is that we don't get to those people? So that it's like they have a lot of knowledge and they can easily understand certain things concerning what the market and what they have to bring out. In terms of even the films and the music.
It's a hard music question.
Both of you can actually pick this up for me. Yes. Okay. Any other question, please?
So the question was, where are the actual musicians who study music in school? From my opinion, I think a lot of the times people really, and this is something that has been said a lot out there, very loosely, but people don't take the arts very serious. I work closely with the Africa Arts Network, their representatives here, and there was a production meeting, and one of the directors was saying that right now we treat even stage productions as an event and not as a production itself. And I think it's the same way even with music. People who learn and study music aren't taking it as serious as they should. So you have people who feel like they have a talent for it, but don't necessarily have the know-how, rather pushing their agenda than those who actually studied it in school. That's my opinion. Right?
Yeah.
But I still feel like there are a few core musicians, like, I mean, for Trick himself, I've been to a couple of Trick shows, stagecraft, music craft on point. And I feel like obviously I agree with you, there has to be a lot more people like that on stage doing shows, teaching the others to also come out. But again, that's just my opinion. I'm a film guy, so I can only answer it from a film point of view.
I'll add to that. What he's saying is true. I think another problem too is, look at us talking about problems. I think another problem is there's a disconnect between academia and real applied, and it's everywhere. It's in agriculture, it's in politics, it's in health, everywhere. Maybe health not so much, but I think that because, pardon. But I think. Maybe it comes from the way we educate ourselves as Africans, right? We've inherited a way of education and we are towing that line. But traditionally, there's a way of education that we lean into more. So maybe sometimes when you get into the educational system, the applied form of the thing is separated from the academia. So in visual arts, you learn that African art is for function and aesthetics. So the asanka that you see, that you use to grind your pepper, is for function. But then when you look on the wooden thing, there are marks on it. The marks they put in there is so that your pepper will grind properly, but it has meanings. They do designs that have meanings, right? Now, that's where the problem is. African art essentially is functional and aesthetic. But when we go to school, sometimes it is separated. So you learn all the academia, by the time you come out and you have to put it into real world action, there's a disconnect. Yes, I know we have to do something about it. But you see, the other thing too is, we always sit and we talk about policy, etc. But what are we, the people who are consumers of the product, being music, being film, being dance, what are we doing to help that? I think that's where the disconnect is.
There's a question here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. This is really good dialogue, and I am an academic, so I'm going to be more inclined to the solution rather than the problem, because I think we know what the problem is. Can you speak to the role of licensing in terms of accessing the music? You know, you talked about this vision of having some kind of musical that will tell a story. This is my first time in Ghana, and just hearing the story of the Ashantis and hearing the story of I'm gonna say her name incorrectly, but yes, exactly. And so film has an opportunity to tell a story that is uniquely your story, that you can build an entire industry around. You saw that with Serafina and how it kicked off the movie industry in South Africa. And now when you're in South Africa, you only hear South African music in South African films. And so what are you doing in terms of a performance rights aspect? Because we can talk about film, but for a lot of artists, if they can get to Coca-Cola Africa, PepsiCo Africa, local businesses through the advertising mechanisms as opposed directly through film, where is licensing in that conversation? And the benefit for both the artist and the person that's looking for the artist is there's a mechanism there that's protecting the art and the craft for the use of storytelling. And you're absolutely right, that these stories are not going to be told by a white person. You have to own these stories and tell them for yourself.
Yeah, just to add to it, that wasn't a question, that was a submission.
There was a question in there.
So I just want to say something, not necessarily answering your question, but there's something you said that piqued my attention. So anytime there's a narrative or the conversation about telling African stories, we pick the big ones. We pick the Yaa Asantewaa, the Serafinas, the Kwame Nkrumahs, all the big stories, right? But I think that as Africans, we probably may not have the capacity to tell some of those big stories. Maybe that's why foreign entities come and tell the stories. And the problem is simple, finance, right? So I feel like what we can bring onto the table is the authenticity in telling the stories. So what we then have to do as a people is study, get ourselves approved, gain the knowledge, gain the experience, gain the expertise. Then we have a chance of telling or being part of telling the African story. After we are part of telling the African story, then we are in a better position to tell it ourselves. But everybody is saying that, oh, tell the African story, tell the African story. But the woman who's selling something on the street, who has a little child, who needs money for something and then ends up in the hospital and then she's saved, is also an African story, right? So those stories are being told. The thing is, we are not patronizing them enough for them to grow the industry, so then we can have like $2 million, $4 million, $10 million, which is actually still considered a small budget when it comes to film. But you know what I can do with $1 million? Do you get my point? But nobody will hand me $1 million till I show myself approved. And that's our responsibility, because when I put out my 10,000 CD movie, right, it takes all of us to patronize it so that we can gradually move forward. So you realize the task is not just for academia or for the people like us who come and sit here who are creatives or the musicians. It's everybody, because music or film or whatever is a product. So who patronizes the product? Rudy spoke about how people come in from other countries and come into Ghana to enjoy our music. Do we enjoy it ourselves? Do we pay for it? Those are also things that we need to talk about. So I may not have answered your question because I also have questions too, but I just added to it.
Right. Let me try and touch on the licensing rather short, but real short. So James Gardner was here earlier, Deputy Secretary for the National Film Authority, and he said something. The NFA in itself is still really young. We're still trying to figure out a lot of things. Musica, I feel, has been there longer than we have. The thing is, I feel like, and again, this is my personal opinion, I feel like there are too many old people leading these things. No, seriously, because the marriage of film licensing and music licensing, and even figuring out how both can work together, is something that should definitely happen. The question is, are they even interested in having that conversation? Right?
Yeah.
So we need, again, when I say we need these two people in the same room, I don't mean them just talking about it. Nana said something. They need to fight it out. They need to argue it. What works, what doesn't work, who agrees, who doesn't agree. And let's, at the end of the day, find like a middle ground where everybody benefits from the art in general. Not just putting them on two ends of the spectrum and then deciding, oh, operate on your own, I'll do my own thing. And then you guys figure out on your own how to sort each other out. I think there has to be a master plan, how each can benefit from the other.
Yeah.
We'll take a last question now.
Yeah.
Hello. Yes, my name is Ndapoka, and I'm a young artist, traditional artist, faced by lots of challenges, just like Trickmatic said, that it's very difficult to start from the scratch. It takes a lot of extra projects being created to raise funds that can support young talents. Yes, so that we can be able to come out without dying with our talent, because we've seen that people are coming out to look for young footballers. They play, they fish them. If there are projects to fish such individuals out, and not just fishing, but to support them so that their talents can strike. Thank you, Mr. America.
Awesome. Let me take this first. All right, I want to take it first because I recently became a part of a project to do exactly that. It's called the Africa Arts Development Fund. And the idea is to pool funds together to be able to help artists across, be it music, performing arts, film, right? And be able to provide for grants, for projects, loans for projects as well. It's something that's being worked on, so I know it's definitely going to happen in the next 12 to 18 months. So just keep an eye out for that. Yeah.
Okay. I'm the bearer of bad news. See, there are lots of funds out there, right? Personally, I've applied for funding for things, and I got some of them I didn't get. But I think the key thing for every creative, film, whatever, is we expect the world to save us. The world won't save us. So let me break it down. Let me break it down. Get a day job. It creates buffer so that you can create in peace. Then when you get to the point where you have to break through, it's that easy. This is the best advice I'll give you. Don't ever think anybody's going to save you, because when you have wache to eat in the morning and kenke to eat in the evening, right? And you sit down to create whatever you are, an artist, a comic artist, a singer, a dancer, whatever it is, you do it from a place where it's meant to come from. When you're hungry, you can't do that. So now you start looking for opportunities, and then people start taking advantage of you. Rudy says something about music. In the music industry, money is being made. Whether you like it or not, whether you are making some or not, the money is being made. You have to get yourself to a point where you can plug into where the money is. Otherwise, you'll be underground forever. Truth.
I believe. Hello. I believe with the resounding applause, it means we all agree, don't we? Yeah, this is fact. Any concluding remarks, and then we can say goodbye to this conversation. Any concluding remarks? Nana, you want to start with
He
that?
first. He
Oh, you
starts.
first. Albert, you go.
Hi, yeah. What I can say is Kubi and I are about to work on a project soon to try and marry modern film and modern music better in the future. My background is film, I love music. I really want to be able to see both work seamlessly well. And I'm looking forward to what the future holds for both of us. Thank you.
Nice. Can I help you? Yeah, I'm available. So I think the last thing I said to her is the most important thing. Let me also plug myself. I'm currently working on a feature film that I need $2 million for. If anybody knows anybody who can give me some amount of funding, I'll be glad. I'm not supposed to say my producer is here, but I'll say it's a story about Ghanaian football. If you know anybody who has some funding, who can give me access to funding, let's make Ghana great again. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Nana and Albert, thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you for being here. You want to put your hands together for them one more time? Nice. I believe that at this point we can clear our stage for this very important announcement that we're going to have, so we can clear the stage for a very important announcement. Allow me to welcome on Trigmatic. Trigmatic, join me. Let's put our hands together, celebrate this amazing modern legend. Yeah, I like the sound of that. He's a modern legend. Gonna have a microphone for him. As part of this year's African Music Business Dialogue, it is also a music showcase. Yes, and based on that, there's something very important that we are launching today. Trig, over to you.
Yes. Thank you. So I'm sure we all can see this pull-up banner here on the that says Afro International Music Festival. If you have a phone that's a smartphone with a camera, you can scan the QR code and get more information about it. I'm happy everyone here has mentioned collaborations, synergies, and what have you. So this is an example. As part of our activities, we're partnering with Afro International Music Festival, which is actually going to happen in 2026. It's a multiple vendor event, so not just one team. It's not just BYED, but BYED in collaboration with the festival. Members of the festival are here. So many vendors coming together to create something of international standard. We're going to do a series of it. So one is going to happen in Ghana, one is going to happen in the UK. Currently, as we speak, the founder for Afro International Music Festival is in the UK, negotiating and making sure everything goes on well. The idea behind it is also to put African artists on international stages. And we've seen, so I always say Africans like to work in silos, but it's about time we come together and make it happen on a big scale, because we've seen a few African countries emerging and becoming very great when it comes to creative arts, and then we've seen others not even surfacing at all. And so for this festival, we're bringing artists from all across, whether no matter where you're coming from, and we've been working on this for some time. It was supposed to happen last year, it couldn't happen, but that taught us a lot. And so this year, we are ready. Some of the team members are here. Young and upcoming artists are going to be on. Established artists will be on as well. International artists will be on. And so I'll take the opportunity to say and announce that the Afro International Music Festival is launched.
Round of applause, please.
And so go on the website, play around with the interface, make sure you're checking out who and who's performing. All that information will be on the website. And thank you. And since everybody was plugging, I'll take a bit of it to also plug. I want to say that there's a film out. It's called The Nine, or Nine. It's on Amazon Prime. It's also on Apple TV. And on that film, I scored 11 of the scores. So I have the opening scene. I have almost all the major scenes. I was, what's the word? I just speak a lot of English. As
a myriad of scores.
Okay. But yes, I had 11 scores on there, even the closing scene as well. And those of us who follow film, or if you know film, when you get those bits of a film, that's a big deal. When you get the closing credit, when you get the opening, that's a big deal. Even some of the sound effects on there, I wrote those ones. And I won't take the credit for myself. Myself and Papaka worked on that project, as well as Gomez Beats. And the music, I stand out, but the music was created by a 22-member group. We worked together in the studio together. So we had a whole ensemble, and I directed the ensemble. We played together each scene, watched the scene, and play, and create it and play. And so since the scene is looking for people to work with on music, and since the lady spoke about the people who have actually learned the job, I think this is a good opportunity to plug myself. Yeah. Employ me. I've learned the job. And I can do it so that we can put together, I hate to use the word international standard. And to answer the lady's question, I think one of the problems, which I'm not going to just highlight, but the issue here is standardization. Yeah. We don't have it. And so everybody just does anything. And then even if you try to meet the standard, it's funny, the ones who meet the standards here are the broke ones. So that is why you can go to all the schools, get all the training. It will be a challenge, but we can change that. We can change that when we place premium on things and we place a demand on things. When I know that if I want a film produced and I want music, a scene will not bypass me, but he will call me because he knows, and the works are there to prove. Yes, or sometimes I use people from Winneba because I know that, I have a club. Most of my teachers are from there because they have learned it. So maybe also we don't research much. So please fish around for more information. Some of us are opening doors for some of the people in academia, especially within the creative space. And check out Global Leaders Institute. It's also a program that runs throughout the year. It's quite expensive, but sometimes they give scholarships. Check it out and become a better creative. Thank you.
A huge round of applause, people. Huge round of applause.
Please, also, lastly, I want to say Afrimo, I never get to say it right. Advisors, yes, they are here. We've been talking about law. Those of you who have contracts hiding in your emails, and because you are afraid to go through them, they have a desk behind there. They're doing us a great favor. I think we should take advantage of that. Meet them. It doesn't mean you will have all the business done here. Meet them, get contacts exchanged, and go over to the offices and have an extended conversation. If you have anything law-related that you don't understand, they will be there to help you. Thank you.
Trickmatic, ladies and gentlemen. AMBD 25 continues. We have a presentation, a very special presentation coming up before the concluding part of AMBD 25 this year. Let's welcome a man who is a chartered management accountant and author, and also works with the Social Security and National Investment Trust. He will be speaking. Oh, not that one, yeah. Oh, not that one, not anymore. Okay, it's okay. I get that. Financial management and sustainability in the African music industry. Financial management and sustainability in the African music industry. These are heavy things we want to be hearing. Let's welcome Albert Ni Ayi Tego. Oh, you want to come up this way? Oh, you want to be here? All right, fine.
Hi. I love the funding conversation, and I like the notes for which we've had conversation around funding and investment. I just want to thank my brother Trickmatic for the opportunity, and then with the African Music Business Dialogue for actually giving me the opportunity to talk about funding. And I must say that the issue of financial management in the creative industry, music industry, is actually very critical. So I have some slides here which I'm going to touch on. So how do we secure funding for various activities as artists and all of that. So financial management and sustainability in the African music industry. We've had earlier presentations. Let's look at the African music industry. Now let's look at the continent. Please, you can move to the next slide. So what do we say about Africa? For all that we have heard, we know that what Africa is actually what? A rich continent. And then we talked about the fact that it actually has a lot of mineral resources. So I'm just sharing the statistics for you to see that we are on a continent that has a lot of potentials. And the creative industry, really, this is not a better time to have this conversation where finance professionals are coming together to be able to support the conversation and to be able to build conversation around funding within the creative industry. I'm going to share some insights. So we move to the next slide where you're going to see that if we are having a lot of economic activities in Africa, we have African continent actually being able to do a lot of production. What is the role of the creative industry? And you can see that the creative industry from the previous presentations is actually creating a lot of contribution towards the gross domestic product of various economies. And that is very, very critical. So in the next slide, I'm going to share some statistics with you, which tells us that it's us as artists, and then for the creative industry, it is either that we are preparing for the opportunity. So you see that the next slide tells us that you either have to be what? Distinct or what? Extinct, which means that there are some critical skills that we have to be able to what? Develop to be able to understand the funding conversation. So on the next slide, we say what? You have to be distinct. Times are changing. We are talking about AI and other processes which would help us to be able to look at. This is a quick video which I wanted to just share. What are we going to do to be able to create that skills that is needed to be able to help with the funding? So this is a very short video. Oh, we don't have the sound Are you going to take the risk? What are you going to do? Times are changing. Good. So this video is just to tell us that you have to continue to build the skills that would help you to be able to understand the critical issues around the creative industry and then financial management. So we have some statistics that the African music industry is actually valued at about 343 million. And by 2025, this industry will be valued to grow at an estimated $500 million US. This was a PricewaterhouseCoopers research. So that tells us that the music industry in Africa really has the potential to be able to what? Grow and also be able to what? Develop that skill that is actually important when it comes to the aspects of financial management. Now, on my next slide, I think we can skip. Okay, so the question has always been about funding. So what do we have to do to be able to position the industry to be able to attract the right kind of financing that is actually needed. So a lot of discussions have actually been had, which has touched on the first point is to be able to formalize the industry with clear regulations. So just like you have the finance industry being regulated by certain laws and all of that, when it comes to the creative industry, to be able to attract and unlock capital, formalization of the industry with clear regulations is actually going to make the industry very attractive to be able to build and attract that kind of funding that's actually needed. Also, we are supposed to build the right infrastructure to be able to also develop the necessary talents. Now, once you are able to do so, it means that you are investing in high-quality recording studios, and then the music schools and other distribution records and all of that. These are all very key elements if you want to really be able to attract some forms of investment. And how do you even develop that sustainable revenue models? And this morning, the presentations have been very insightful. So you could see that you have to move beyond traditional revenue sources, where we are now focusing on other digital streaming solutions. We've talked about sync licensing. So as a creative industry artist, you'd have to be able to now ask yourself, what are the various multiple streams of revenue models that you'll be able to create to be able to create that sustainability that is actually needed. Then you leverage on AI, transformation for scalability, expanding access to market. How do you even market? We talked about marketing and distribution, and then some partnerships to be able to unlock the capital that is actually needed. So on the next slide, I'm just skipping through. Okay, there's a video that is actually coming out shortly. So it's on AI. Okay, I think they've got the sound. So now the question is, what are the various investment stages and the types of funding? So what I want to say is I'm going to take you through a journey where you are going to be able to understand that at every stage of the stage, you would be able to get a different form of funding. So when it comes to investment, there are about 6 stages that you have to be able to go through. So we have the pre-seed funding stage. So as an artist, that's where you have the idea and then the initial development of that idea. So you see that there's a concept development and then the early stage recording. These are all classified under the pre-seed. Then you move to the seed stage, where you are now talking about the early production and then market testing. The kind of funding that you actually need at this stage is also different. Then now you scale up to Series A. So you are scaling up and then driving your revenue streams and being able to attract different forms of funding, which means that you are now expanding your funding base. You are actually improving production quality. You are securing partnerships. Then where you get to brand and expansion reach, that is where you are now at the Series B funding stage. Then you get to Series C, and then IPO. IPO usually is the initial public offering where you can now list your firm. So if you're an artist or record label, whichever way, you can be able to list the company to raise funds on the stock exchange for the public to be able to participate. So the question we have to ask, and the last panel was actually discussing about the funding. At what stage are you in? So the next slide will tell us the kind of funding that is required. So if you are the pre-seed where you have the idea conceptualization, you now have to start with your owner financing. So how much are you willing to commit yourself into the project? And then they are quite interesting where you now have raising money from family and friends. And then in Ghana, there's also what we call the angel investors. We actually have them in Ghana and around the world. So if you're actually doing a project and then you actually want to raise funds, you have to be able to locate where these angel investments are. But most importantly, you have to be able to know which stage that you are actually in. And then there's also the incubation center. So like the incubation center for music creatives, how do we create that to be able to attract some funding? Then when you move to the seed funding stage, you can now begin to bootstrap. So it means that the money that you are making from the music and all of that, you now reinvest it back without considering any external forms of financing. Then you also have to combine. So you can use the angel investors. So angel investors usually are experienced individuals who would help you with both their experience and then their funds. Now, it's also important for us to know that venture capitalist firms also exist as part of raising capital for various projects. So the venture capitalist firms, what they do is that they usually would give you forms of financing in the form of equity. And when we say equity, they are owning part of your business or the record label, whichever way that you classify that. But that ownership by the Venture Capital Trust Fund will give them the opportunity to be able to sit on your boards and also give you the clear direction. So you would have to be able to know exactly the stage that you are in and exactly the form of financing that is able to be required. The reason being that that helps you to be able to maximize what we call the value of your record label, the value of your business, and all of that. If you go in for the wrong type of financing at the wrong stage, it is going to cause a lot of business stress. And that is why it's important that this knowledge actually helps. Then when you get to Series B funding, you can see that you can continue to bootstrap. You can have the venture capitalist firms. Then we also have private equity firms that are also investing in various areas and all of that. Then you would get to the initial public offering where your company now goes on the stock exchange, and then people like myself can actually buy shares and participate to be able to raise capital. So it's important that we understand these stages. But what do we have to do to be able to attract these forms of funding? So there are some key things that have to do with what? Packaging. How do you package yourself as an artist? How do you package your business? So the next stage tells us those important things that we have to look out for. And okay, so we move. Yeah. Okay, so in trying to be able to package yourself to attract investment in the world of finance, there's something we call investor readiness. Ask yourself, have you covered all the legal areas within the country in terms of running your business? What are the things that you are supposed to do? Because that is what prepares you to be able to attract the funding that you actually need. So investor readiness is actually very important. And so to be able to raise a $2 million project for a project that's going to happen, you ask yourself, how investor ready am I? So there are various areas that you have to be able to cover to be able to build that investor readiness. And then you go to the next slide, which actually also touches further on the packaging and the pitching. So as creatives in the music industry, it's important that when you are packaging, you would have to be able to clearly identify the problems you are solving, how you want to be able to revolutionize the industry, but support it with data and graphs, which is very important. So now we are talking about putting the packaging together to be able to attract the investment that we actually want. And so it's very important that we look at that. And then slide 2, you clearly show that you have developed developed to address the problem. What are the solutions that you have developed? Clearly state, and that would be able to catch the attention of the investor. And then you have to show the business model. So you realize that in the morning we've been talking about the various forms of business model. The model should be able to help you to generate different forms of revenue. So this is sync licensing, traditional live show areas, even partnerships, trademarks, royalties, whichever way. It is important that you have to be able to develop all of these things. And then you highlight if there are some competitors, and then you would have to be able to highlight the activities you have done in relation to the problem you have identified. But even on the next slide, we'll be able to see that you further have to go and then now show what the focus on the market opportunities that exist for the investors are. Investors want return on investment, which is very, very important. And then show your growth plan. So whichever model that you are running, these things are very key. And then please state clearly how much funding that you require. And then one thing that we also miss out is to be able to show who the management team members are and the people that you're actually working with. Because investors actually look at all of these things, which is very important. And so that takes us to the point where we would now be able to look out for that. If we are able to attract and unlock investment as a creative, how do you now keep sustaining yourself within the space to become financially sustainable? Because you wouldn't want to be in the industry where the dead end becomes, I think there was a word that was used, you wouldn't want to end up in a very sorrowful state. But the point is, what becomes my responsibility? And that tells us that we have various responsibilities to be able to drive our own financial management journey to create that sustainability that is actually needed. So these are some of the areas around accounting, valuation, tax management in music industry, which I would love us to know. So there's the profit and loss, the statement of financial position, the statement of cash flows, and the statement of changes in equity. That actually tells you how your business is doing and all of that. But on the next slide, it talks about how do I even know the value of my record label, my business as an artist. How do I even know my value? That is where you should be able to, before you are even approaching the investors, you should already know what you are worth. And there are various ways by which we do the estimation of the net worth. So we have the asset-based valuation, where you are using the resources that you own to do the valuation. You can also use the earning base, where you are looking at the possible revenue streams you are going to get by the various revenue areas. And then in the creative industry, where branding is even more important, you can use what we call the calculated intangible value. So at every point in time, you should be able to know your value, so that when you meet with the investor and you are having that conversation, we have the numbers on the table, which is speaking to show that this is how the value. So which method of valuation did you use to be able to arrive at that? Just to give us some perspective as we are talking about funding and the creative industry and how we'll be able to unlock the capital that is needed for the industry. So on the next slide, next slide. On the next slide, I took my time to just explain to you the various methods that I have shared. So you see the asset valuation method is when you are estimating the value of your assets. Then the earning based, how much all the revenue streams are actually giving you. You can use that to do the valuation. Then you have the cash flow. And then when you are actually focusing more on the intangibles, you can use the calculated intangible value to establish your brand. And these are all very important conversations by merging financial management with the creative industry to let the numbers speak for itself. However, on the next slide, there's this. How do I now build a sustainable financial management journey? Now you are making the money, the attraction of the investments have come in and all of that. You have the responsibility is on yourself. And I think one of the panelists mentioned, you have a personal financial management responsibility to be able to sustain yourself over the period. So I say that at year one, so you create a decade plan. So every 10 years, and that is the model that works very effectively. At least you should have one source. So if you're an artist, you're actually receiving some revenue from maybe live shows. That is actually, so if you are a very young artist that have started, that is your first stream. By the second year, you have to be able to now develop a secondary stream. And that is what makes the conversation around the sync, licensing, and all the other things. You know that you have a plan. So that is a financial plan that you are following. So by the second year, if you're an artist and you haven't started developing those other models, you know that no, I'm going to fall short of the financial management journey that I'm supposed to. Because that is what is going to sustain you over the period for 3 decades, 4 decades, as long as you exist. And then you can live comfortably because you have followed a financial wellness journey. And as much as we prioritize our health, your financial health is also very important. So you see that we have the book that I've shared around the Money Health. The Money Health takes you through the journey of how you're able to plan your financial wellness journey to be able to sustain yourself. So please go back to the other slide. Now, by year 3 to year 5, you should be able to now start adding a passive income. Even at the point that when you are not actively working, that system that you have built is generating you some kind of income. So whichever way it is, that system must be built. So by the time you are done with second year, you get to the 3rd to 5th year, this is a system that you have to, and we've talked about music publishing and all those other areas within the creative industry. So it's really a journey that you have to follow. Then now, you actually by year 5 to 7, explore your skills. So that's where you probably become a producer and using your skills to help other talent. But that should also add to your streams of income and help you towards that journey. Then now, you can scale up your income stream to build the wealth and investment. So we all have, as artists and creative industry people, the personal responsibility journey towards our financial wellness. And it's very important. So this is just a guide. So in the book, I was able to show you that you should be able to state how much you are worth by using the income statement methodology and then the statement of financial statement methodology. So you see that if you are actually having, so on the income statements, you are using your revenue streams. So if you have one source of revenue, but your expenses are more, it means that you are basically going to be what? Broke. So you have to do this exercise every month to be able to keep you on track. So the moment you see that your expenses are becoming more than your revenue, it means that you should now begin to think of other streams as an artist. How do you leverage on AI and other ways for which you can what? Add a lot more revenue streams to take care of your daily financial wellness journey. Then we have the statement of financial position that actually estimates your net worth. And that statement tells you the asset that you actually own, and then the equity that you actually use to start the business. That is mostly what. So usually statement of financial position will tell you how much your business is worth or you are worth as a person. So for example, how much money do you have in your bank account? Do you have other people owing you? What assets do you have? So at every point in time, month on month, you should be able to tell that this is how much I am worth in terms of my financial wellness journey. On the next slide, is for us to be able to understand now, to be able to advance your financial wellness journey, you must be able to understand how the financial sector is actually mapped out in the world, globally, and even in Ghana. So you see that we have 4 sectors. So when it comes to investments that you want to do, look at it in 4 ways. So we have what? The banks, and there are regulations from the bank that guides you as to what you can do. Then from the bank, you move to what we call the capital market. So that is where you say you want to go and buy MTN shares, or you want to go and buy some stocks from the commodity exchange. So in Ghana, we have the Ghana Stock Exchange, the commodity exchange. You are trading in bonds and shares and other things. It's all the capital market, and that is regulated by the Securities and Exchange Commission. Then now, the third is the National Insurance Commission for the insurance sector. So there are investment opportunities within that sector, and then we have the pensions that we can actually what? Unlock. So please, I just want us to keep in mind that when it comes to financial investment, look at it in these 4 areas: the banking sector, the capital markets, whether I'm buying stocks or shares, or I'm doing something within the insurance companies, or the pension scheme. Once you have this knowledge, you are good to go on the various forms of investment. So we'll go back to the journey that we are now starting. So after this slide, there's a journey that we would look out for. Please move. So now, year 1, you know that you are getting your live shows funds and all of that. So year 2, what are the various revenue streams that you can actually begin to think of? I try to put some things there. But once you are thinking of revenue streams, you can also be thinking of the investments that you can also make in the various financial sectors. So think about the banking industry. What investments can I do there? Once you are done, come and think about the capital market, stock exchange, commodity exchange, shares, bonds. Think about it from that point. All those are all ways by which you can make what? Other forms of income. Then by year 3 to 5, you are now creating your passive income. So the question is, what kinds of investment? That's why we do the midterm investment. So you probably go into landed properties, and then you go into some forms of real estate. Now, these ones are monies that you will be able to unlock within the medium term. Should you have your other streams of income actually suffering at some point in time, you can always fall on it. Then you are always financially healthy. So you see that I've put here streaming, licensing, publishing, merchandising, and all of that. Those are all forms by which you are creating your passive income. And then now you explore opportunities to leverage your skills, playing an advisory role, producer, music producing skills for whichever area that you want to be able to do. But those are ways by which you have to be able to make some forms of money, because you remember that you are going towards building a sustainable financial wellness journey as an artist. So you will be in the industry after 30 years, you would see that you still have a certain plan that you followed, and it makes you feel financially healthy. You are okay. At least you can take care of your immediate bills and all of that. But what I want to say is that you have to be deliberate. It's a deliberate plan, and you have to follow that plan till the end. So you see that for year 7 to 10, now you are scaling your stream. You are focusing on building wealth and then investing in the younger generation, and then just building, moving on gradually till you get there. So the next slide will now tell us the types of investments we can look at. And I've talked about a lot of them actually. In the banking sector, there's the T-bills and then the fixed deposits and equity stock and all of that. Those are all forms of investments you can look at. Now we have commodity investments you can also look out for. So at least you know that it's helping you to go through your financial wellness journey. And I use the story of King Solomon in the Bible as a story example. So the next slide tells us that we can start from somewhere. I don't know those of us who have heard of John Stephen Aqua. He was in Mexico 1968. The guy actually my country did not send me 5,000 miles to start the race. They sent me 5,000 miles to finish the race. So what happened was that all the other guys had gone ahead of him, but he had a broken ankle. But he said that, no, I'm not going to give up. So at some point they saw that, the race has already ended. And then they saw one man coming from the far end, and he was just limping and limping. He said, look, my country did not bring me 5,000 miles to start. They brought me to finish the race. So we'll have to finish our financial wellness journey to ensure that we'll be able to have a sustainable and comfortable. So what do you have to do to be able to optimize your financial management? Set clear financial goals. So as you started the year, what has been your financial goals? You have to be clear about it. And then create a budget and follow the budget. So I use the example of REAL. REAL is what are my revenues, expenses, assets, and liabilities. And follow that. As much as you take your physical health very seriously, your financial health is also equally important. So just like you would go to a doctor when you are not well, if you are not financially well, what do? You have to follow a financial wellness journey. So you must always have an emergency fund that can take care of you for 6 months, and then diversify your investment and revenue streams. It is mandatory. So once you follow the journey for year 1, now year 2, create that diversification. If you can't find, you look for it. So create, as an artist, create all of these opportunities, and then have a retirement plan. So now that I'm working in the next 30 years, how is my financial plan going to look like? So there are various ways by which you can, so it's either you are doing the investment and following the decade 1, and then you can also voluntarily contribute. If you are not in the formal employment system, you contribute towards your own pension retirement, which actually forms some forms of social security for you. And then if you have some debt that you are using to run, usually debt is actually not entirely bad if you take it at the right time. If you follow the stage, and then when you get to, I think, Series B, you can actually optimize the use of bank loans. What it does is that it helps your business to do what? Rise, because you are balancing your cost of equity and your cost of debt, which gives you a lower cost of capital, and then your business value actually goes up. So that's some of the things that we can begin to look out for. So what I'm saying is that start now, start where you are, start with the fear, start with the pain, with the doubt, but just don't stop. No matter what it is, start, don't stop, because you can do it. Thank you.
All right, let's take some questions. Yes. Will there be any questions? We'll take 2 questions right away before we get into the next session. We are about wrapping up for the day. This is financial management, and thank you, Albert. Thank you. Thank you. Another round of applause for Albert. Yes, I have a question here. Oh, please put your hands together and appreciate Albert.
Yeah, good afternoon. First, my name is Stephen Akpesiri. I'm an artist manager for rising female reggae and dancehall artist Kim Maureen. You can please check her out. KIMMAUROEEN. That's her name. So, my question is about, of course, this is one of the major challenges we face in the industry. So I want to ask, because it seems so smooth, swift, simple, nice, but I've worked with a lot of artists, and I know in reality, these things, do they happen in our system, or they are just...
They happen, and that is why I touched on the investor readiness, especially when it comes to raising funds. So once you know that at some point you would need to be able to raise some form of capital, you would have to prepare for that opportunity by being investor ready. So having the right registration documentation, even putting the right structures in place for a record as an artist, and then managing, those things are all very important. And so the thing is, if you want to attract funding from an investor, remember that the investor wants security for his funds. So you must have that structure that assures him that if he invests X amount, he's able to get his principal plus whatever interest portions that he wants to be able to. So it's more about the structures and following the structures religiously to be able to achieve the optimal value that you want. So if you see that even if you are following the stages and probably you started a record label at some point you pick up a big project. I think a gentleman wants to raise about $2 million. I would assume that he's probably around Series A in terms of the phases that he's actually gone to. So then what is the appropriate form of financing that is required to raise that $2 million? Is it going for equity? Are you going for an angel investor? Are you going for debt financing? And you ask yourself, is it the right time for me to even go to the bank to be able to attract that funding? Am I at the right stage to be able to attract that? So that's the insights that we are trying to share, to say that just let's have the knowledge and then we follow religiously and we'll be able to unlock the capital that is needed. Yeah.
Okay, so if we follow all these religiously,
Yes.
we'll get that result.
Yes.
All right.
People are raising capital actually.
All right, that was a real question there. Let's take another one.
Yes, good afternoon once again. My question is that I don't know if it's a secret that I'm going to expose today or right now to some people, but across our borders or in other countries, you find a music management or a record label trying to pay the artist while they sign you. They give you a compensation. Go and spend it. But anything we do with your music and everything that comes from your music, we will now deduct. And then the artist becomes a zero-pocketed artist, or the artist has no money now because he has spent it on clout, and then the space is empty since everything is coming out, and he regrets. What is your advice to such an artist who wants to actually come out from it or try to get into it? I want to know that.
I think it's a very important question. We should clap for him. Yeah. We have to understand that it's actually in phases. So you have to move from one stage before you get to the other. But like the lawyer said this morning, definitely you may have signed a contract that is taking you through that journey. So you have to know what your financial priorities are. It's very important. And also take your financial wellness journey very important. And so that helps you to be able to implement the financial goals that you have actually set for yourself. So if you are an upcoming artist, you have financial goals and you are following a wellness program because you want to be very relevant after 30 years, 40 years. So you still live good when you probably are on retirement and all of that. We've seen the successful stories of people making billions and all of that. It's all part of the plan that would help you to be able to get there. So just be aware of the stage that you are in and then also know what you are also getting yourself in. But at the end of the day, make sure that your priorities still stand in terms of building your financial wealth and how that would help you to be still sustained over the long period of time. That's very important. Yeah.
Okay, we'll take our final question. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for this wonderful presentation. This is one of the most important segments for creative. My name is DJ Oscar P. I'm from Nigeria. I'm co-founder for Notable African Music Awards. And not just a question, I just want to say something in regards to what he said. I've had opportunity to work with even artists who are not known. And you see this presentation, I've seen an upcoming artist who even try adopting this kind of presentation. And today, I must tell you that the artist is making more money than even the ones that you think you know. An artist who started a career and was very much consistent from 1,000 followers, and he was still very consistent from 1,000 followers to 10,000 monthly listeners, and he was constantly doing that. From there, from the morning, he established a musical studio where people come to record. From there, he opened a music equipment stores. From there, he started renting equipment. As I'm talking to you now, this guy, nobody knows him, but he's making money. And most people who are chasing fame are there looking for money that will fall from heaven. So you said something that interests me so much, branding. If you want to attract funding, branding is the most key factor inside. Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation.
Yeah, thank you.
Any final words before you check out?
Okay, so just to say that financial management in the creative industry is very important, and I just want to thank the AMB Dialogue for this opportunity. So let the conversation continue, and then let's create that awareness, and I'm sure that we'll all pursue that financial wellness journey. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Albert Niaitego, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Albert. Please, if you want to see Albert, we can network right after here. Continuing, I want to acknowledge the presence of 4 journalists, 2 of them coming from Togo and the other 2 from La Côte d'Ivoire. If you're here, you want to give us a wave. 4 journalists, they've been here the whole time covering this for their respective countries, but I just want to make sure that we acknowledge them as we're here. Please, shall we put our hands together for them? Thank you. While we continue, we'll take another presentation that's going to take us about 10 minutes from Elevate. Elevate is a creative business platform, and it's very essential we do this presentation here because music business managers are here today. To do so and to help us do that is the CEO and founder of Elevate. He is Abdul Muiz Abbas, to do us the honors. You want to put your hands together for him while he comes up? Oh, please come up. You can use my microphone.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Now let's go to Elevate. Oh, okay, we are in Elevate already? Okay. I think whatever I'm about to talk about, literally we've all talked about it. We've all shared concern about it. And the last gentleman, Nee, and the one who stood up, Nee, I'll be coming to you. We spoke earlier on and I told you. He brought books. I just wanted to ask, how many whilst we were in this room, whilst we were seated, apart from the food we took, I hope we opened the books. Because it's important you consume things that will help your mind and your stomach also. Surviving with your brain is very important. You need to consume things that will help your mind and also your stomach at the same time. It's very important. By the way, I'm in Ramadan. Starting on the last point, I like to start from back to top. Elevate, basically, our basic solution that we are professing to all of you is that we are connecting every individual within the creative space. Business, not brother and sister, not come and help me, not the business. And we are also not projecting fame. No, we are not there to say probably you are popular, you are not popular. If you are with our platform and you want to progress, you will progress. Because, look, we are looking for gigs for somebody who plays or dance agbaja, and there's a wedding. We go look for the wedding for you, or we ask for those who are doing the wedding to come onto our platform to come and search for you. So actually, Trig and the team can actually sit down here and look for an MC on this platform, look for a musician on this platform, look for a journalist on this platform, literally gather everybody that they need for this work on this platform without going anywhere. They just need to call them, they see their service charge. So whether they need a A-rated MC, B-rated MC, D-rated MC, they pick organizers and such forth. That's it. By the grace of God, I've been part of this platform for the 4 years it has existed. I've been very active part of it. So for the want of words, I'll say I know the problems that we are facing because actually I'm facing them. Now before we do that exercise, I just want to share with them. Most of us in here, we are creatives. But when you ask people to even come, join things like this for free to help them, it becomes a problem. It is a business I'm running. As Nee said, I understand the model I'm running. I understand at the level in which I'm going to make money. But first of all, every essence of what we are doing is to solve a problem. So if we are not solving the problem from the word go, then we don't have business at all to go about. So me, I said when by the time I'll finish, I'll tell everybody, don't say I'm incoming. Please, how do you say it? No, nothing like up and coming. Because I'm working with people who are actually earning money. So what are you up and you are coming for? Go and work and stop coming up. Just go and work. Open Elevate. We are on App Stores and we are on Play Store. Just open your phone right now. Type Elevate. It's ELEEVATE. If you're actually serious about what you are doing, you'll be opening up now. You'll actually be signing up so that if by the time I'm moving out of this room and Trigmatic have a deal that he needs to do a composer with somebody, he has it. Now, I'm working with University of Education, University of Ghana, with a lot of institutions. What I'm going to the universities to do is that I'm onboarding those who are in the music schools. Elevate, L-E-E-V-A-T-E. Elevate. So the normal elevate you spell, the only thing we've added to it is that with the first E-L, then we do a double E. Now, the only thing we are solving is to bring all of us together on the same platform. All of us. So it's a common platform that enables everyone that is within the creative space. You'll be amazed that the carpenter is getting more job than the musician lately in the creative space. You'll be amazed that the graphic designer is getting more job than you, the musician, seated here. So I ask you, how many studios do you know in Accra? Go in here, you'll find all of them. And you know the studio that fits your budget. Don't be forcing yourself on a particular producer. It's not the only one that can make you the magic song. The magic song is actually in the earnings you are making. Please, am I preaching? Yeah. The magic you are looking for is in the number of music you are able to produce. Don't look for somebody that is producing music at 5,000. That will also have a split sheet with you. You have 500 CDs. There's a producer for 500. Go on to Elevate, you see that producer. Produce at that level. But ensure also is quality. Because one of the things we work on is to ensure that there's quality. So that we all have, because there's a standardization here. And one of our speakers spoke about standardization here. That at each level, like you right now, when somebody asks you to come and perform at their wedding, which I've put you here, they see you as an artist that is charging 500 cedis. When you get there and you meet Trigmatic collecting 50,000, don't complain. But when you get there, perform to the best of your ability. Don't get there and that is when you feel entitled that why are they paying Mr. A so and paying me so? Because if you perform well, you'll be recommended. They will rate you. The next performance, you'll be able to also do it well. You get me? Now, let's walk you through. Somebody will say, okay, you are talking too much, you are blah, blah, blah. Let's walk you through. It's a tech platform. Okay. Now, do you have the gentleman already? Or we should call for a volunteer? We should call for a volunteer. Okay. Okay. Gakwe. Okay. We will come to you. Okay. Nana, what do you need? Please, can I get one mic for Nana? Okay, so we need a volunteer that will sign up. This is actually live. We are connected. If you want free internet to be able to download the app or anything, we have an internet. We can actually provide for all of you so you can download. I'm still watching people who want to make progress in their life, but they are not downloading. You don't have excuse because we are on the web. We are also on live web, so www.elevate. Yes, go to App Store, you have it. Yes, so you can go through together with us. Yeah. So we are on elevateplus.com. Elevate Plus. So when you type the Elevate, then you just add plus. Plus. The reason why this is plus is amalgamated of all the app, like all the three app. We have Elevate, we have Elevate Pro, we have Elevate Service. Because somebody needs to book you. Do you get it? There's a provider. For example, the MC in this room at this point of time is a service provider. The organizers of this show, they are those who are looking for a service. So there's a platform they go to, which is the Elevate. They go there to look for him. By him putting his details in there, he goes to the Pro, where the service provider provides. Then the event organizer of this event goes to Pro when he's declaring himself as an event organizer. Both people or both service provider. No, the service provider have a different list of things you need to meet. Because we can't put you on a platform where people will come for you, then we can't standardize you, or we can't prove your identity. It becomes a problem for us. Then also, when you are looking for somebody, we also don't request a lot of details for you, because you are going to actually give the person the job. But that doesn't allow you to cheat the person, so that the person provides service for you, you don't pay or you go away. No, we follow up on everything, just to make sure that we are all on the same level. Nana, can we go through? Because we don't have much time. Okay. Please, is the screen visible enough for you? No, I mean for them. Because they are actually watching us live. So that. Okay, so open it enough. Can we go? Okay, so the first person that volunteered, please, we need your company name. So if you're an artist here, your company name actually is your artist name. So my artist name is Abbas. So your artist name is what?
Gakpe.
Gakpe. Okay.
G-A-K-P-E-Y.
You say G-A-K-P-Y.
P-E-Y. G-A-K-P-E-Y. G-A-K-P-E-Y. Yeah. Yeah.
Please, can you go through the entire process with him first?
GakpeMusic@gmail.com. GakpeMusic@gmail.com.
So please, one of the good things for the musicians specifically on this platform, you don't need to be registered company, registered this, that. You just need to, like Ovega said, branding yourself kakra, have a name for yourself, even if it's your own personal name, like my personal name like this, aka Abbas Music. So while they are going through that, somebody will ask, so what are your services? We have a couple of services, but I just want to mention about 5 or 7 for you, which are very paramount because of what you do as musicians. One is searching for opportunity for creatives. So yeah, I'll say for musicians. So we don't go and search for big opportunities too much. We don't go and be looking for big music, blah, blah, blah. We look for, say, this platform. By the grace of God, I know Trigmatic. I know annually he does these events, so I'll come and play with him. Please give this job to this man. He say, oh, what is this? I said, go and check him. This is his profile. He likes him, then he calls him. If he doesn't like him, he jump onto the next person on the platform. Then we also do representation. Some artists that we've actually joined. Personally, you are in this room, you don't have a manager, you don't even know anybody. Although you are the manager, but you are a friend manager. You understand that? Your friend, your manager. Your boyfriend, your manager. Your girlfriend, your manager. You can actually call on us. We are not supposed to be like with you every day. We won't come and be chopping your money every day. Don't think about it. Just call on us. Oh, we want you to represent. I'm going somewhere. I need packaging. I said, look like you are doing something. Till you actually do the thing. We'll come and support you. We'll wear the agbada. We'll wear the everything. We'll go and sit on the table for you. We'll represent you properly. Then we do the drafting. At least by the grace of God, we have a couple of lawyers and all those stuff, and we are still engaging more. Like those who came here, we'll still engage more. So that at least your basic contract, you have fair idea that, okay, if somebody's supposed to request for your service, this is what you are supposed to put on board. If somebody is doing a particular partnership with you, this is what you are supposed to put on board. You request for that. Then you pay something to those people for making their time available for you. We do that for you. Then we also do negotiations. There are sometimes you look at the opportunity that is coming your way. You actually can't walk into that room. You need a heavy face. We know every face within the industry that already understand the terrain. Can just call, oh, Senior Trig, I beg, when a boy just lands some DOB, some people from Nigeria won't, I beg you go feel over your service. This is the money they are looking at. If you're able to close the deal at this amount for us, I beg you go get 10%. That 10%, we at Elevate, we go collect 3, you go collect 7. Then the senior man will agree. Then we put him into the service. He go there, negotiate perfectly for you. Immediately they saw him coming to negotiate for him. They know that it's a serious business. Then we get that done for you. Then taxation. A lot of us are running off taxes. In the short run now, it will be fine with you. But in the long run, it won't be fine with you because it will catch up with you. So from now, we are trying to encourage young guys. If you go and play 500 cedis gig, know how to sort tax. You finish 150. Then we do your snit for you. You finish, by the time you play 500 gig every week, you saw snit, you saw everything, 300 left. You are used to that. So by the time you'll be earning $500,000, $1 million, you are used to it. It doesn't look like a magic. It doesn't look like a magic for you. Nana, are you people going ahead with it? Yes, let's provide his ID then.
All right, so Abbas, if there are some questions as well,
yes, so that we do that all together.
Yes, otherwise we'll wrap up in the next 2 minutes.
No problem,
yes.
No problem.
So if there are any questions, you can put up your hand.
Yeah, we have Elevate Pro, we have Elevate Pro, we have Elevate, and we have Elevate Service. Elevate Pro is for the one who is the professional. So the MC at this event is a professional. The one who goes to Elevate Direct is the one who is looking for him. So if you are the event organizer of this event, you go look for him. So you go to the Elevate itself. Then the Elevate service is where we put everybody together to be able to monitor. So when you pay him, when you do everything, you all be able to monitor each other in real time, like the way Uber does. Some people can collect gig and they won't show up. Somebody will take the money or he will take 50% and he won't show up or will show up late. So we need where we can monitor all of you. So that when somebody open right now, I can rate everybody. He knows all the small MC in Accra. He knows all the event center in Accra. He knows all the platform in Accra. So as you are here, if you jump onto the platform, the service lists you. It lists you onto the platform so that you know that we know you. Then the last part of our services that we provide welfare. Please, you can go on with your question.
Good afternoon. My name is Leo Geiger. Please, I'd like to know this website. Is it made for only Ghanaians? Because I'm a Nigerian. I'm a music artist.
It's a global platform.
So it's a global platform. All right, no problem. That's what just what I'm.
Just that we find ourselves in Ghana and we are starting here. But we work across the globe and you can access it from any place. Yes, please. Please, someone have a question here. We provide welfare and private hospital services. It's becoming important because out of our services, we actually do not do that from the beginning. But we realize that in the industry, there are also elderly people, and it become consistently seeing somebody who have provided service over the time, begging and all those stuff. So we realize that whilst you put them on, you're able to take some amount of money out of their money, and others also on that platform, we're able to say, Charlie, help this, help that. It's not like public, it becomes private, like within you, the creatives. When you're able to support that person also, it helps. Then we're able to provide them with our welfare service, without the support. If you're also able to do it in the long run, where we're asking you to put your money in SNIT and some other fund, it will be able to cater for you. On the day, the welfare, listen to it, on the day that their season, that we in the creative space actually don't get business. There are periods that MCs are dry, musicians are dry. You get this your normal 500 gig. You take maybe a 50 cities somewhere. There's a period that you may be short of cash. You can actually go there and take some of your welfare money to sort yourself out. It's like you are putting some susu down for yourself in the long run. Please, your question.
Yes, quick question. Once again, my name is Stephen Akbesuri, and I manage Kimorin, female reggae and dancehall artist. Please check her out. My question is, once you've registered with this platform, does that mean you are tied to this platform, or you can also have gigs from, outside the platform?
Or you can have gigs anywhere, but we are pushing, so that allows us to work more. We are pushing so that before you get to where you are going to look for gig, we are seated there talking, waiting for you. So you are part of our platform. It will be up to the level that we work to, that people in the industry will trust us enough that they will want to build somebody through us. You get it? So that we are the go-to source. Because they know that anybody they build through us will not give them problem, will not bring excuses. There's a particular standard. As someone said earlier on, standardization, we bring that on board.
So what's your benefit as a platform from the artist?
From the artist, it's our commissions. Okay. Yes, our commissions.
Which is?
For now, it's zero. For now, it's zero because it's in incubation period. It's the period that we are lobbying you to come and do business with us. At the time you enjoy our service that you are team, then we start with 5%, we start 10%, and depending on us and now also we are earning. It's not that we are not earning because there are people that we go do contract for, we go do this for, that we still make money, and that's keep us surviving. But at the end of the day, you need mass. If we have a lot of numbers, we can actually leverage on that. Imagine we have 20 million, 30 million people, and we leverage on even 0.05% on each one of them, doing 500 cities gig or 100 cities gig a week. We are cool.
Thank you very much. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Abdul, thank you.
Thank you too.
Yes, and
thanks to Trig, we are grateful.
All right. Oh, shall we appreciate Trig now? Yes. Now, this is the very concluding panel discussion that we're going to have. I believe that for some of us, it puts a smile on our face to know that we're concluding. But for some of us, we're also sad because we haven't exhausted the conversation here. We believe that next year, if we come knocking on the doors, and I know that AMBD will be in another city, yes, in the year before the year ends. Hopefully, Last year, I know it was somewhere in Kampala, Uganda. Yes, this year I'm not sure where we're going, but it looks more like it will be in Zimbabwe. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's get ready. Let me have 3 seats here. Let's have 3 seats here for this final panel discussion. We'll be looking at the conversation of the art of artist booking and international market expansion. The art of artist booking and international market expansion. We've got some persons here who would help us do this. I have a very senior brother of mine, Omar Diani, who is from Senegal. Yes, Omar. Omar is a seasoned artist manager, consultant on artist communication across the continent when it comes to original African music, especially. Omar, please take a seat anywhere you prefer. Yes, it's always a pleasure to have you here with us. Also, I have Delasi Enning. Delasi Enning is an entrepreneur, an artist business entrepreneur as well. Yes, who'll be joining us. You want to use the stairs? Yes. And please sit at the far right. Thank you. And then joining us online will be Zamani Indimandi. Zamani Indimandi is not available at the moment, but will be joining us via link. And the conversation would be mostly about the topic, the art of artist booking and international market. We can have a bit of the role of creative agencies and labels in Africa's music ecosystem, which we started talking about also earlier. But I'll leave the microphones with you both to have some initial submissions, and we'll take it. I'll say ladies first. Delasi, over to you.
Should I just introduce myself? Yeah, so hello everyone. My name is Delasi. I am a recording artist, a songwriter, singer, and an MC. I'm a Ghanaian American born in New York City, but I moved to Ghana back in 2019. And I am currently working in the music space here, and it certainly has its challenges, but I'm really excited and happy about this move that I've made and the decision to be.
Okay, my name is Jan Umar from Senegal, but I'm all over Africa more. And as I'm talking first, before I talk about the event and the booking and all those things, I need to talk the artist first. Because for me, an artist is a brand. And also you need to work himself very well. When you work yourself very well, have a good team around you, market yourself internationally. It's not only artists think only one country, but artists must fly, especially African. I can say, let me take Ghanaian artists, for example. They're thinking going to South Africa, they're thinking going to Nigeria. And it's good, but it will not help you. Because Ghana is surrounding Francophone country. You go this side, you have Burkina. You go this side, you have Togo. The other side, you have Cote d'Ivoire. And the interesting thing is Cote d'Ivoire is an open country who love every music. And they have so many festivals. And I think artists must take that, Ghanaian artists must take that advantage to promote themselves on that level. Because they will not come to you. They will check your number, they will check so many things before, if you hit. I can give an example. In the music business, when you have one hit, just one hit can take you far. Maybe it can be longer. Let's say when I took somebody like Sak, we went to Femia, and Sak was took because of the song he did, Hallelujah. And Hallelujah is all over. I took him to Gabon, and same thing was Hallelujah. Everywhere you go, because of Hallelujah. And even they are promoting, they promote more Hallelujah. It's the important thing in the Francophone country. If you have one song hit, Yeah, all of them.
Zamani is joining us. Zamani, if you can hear us, please confirm.
I can hear you loud and clear, my leader, the boss of all bosses, the one and only.
Nice, Zamani. So we are here in the room so we can have, we can all see you, but we can't see your face at this point, which wouldn't matter if your bandwidth is a bit struggling or you're not in the position to show us where you are. That's okay. Please introduce yourself and say a little bit about yourself and what you do at the moment so that we can eat you back into the conversation. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Network is bad where I am. I'm near the airport, so I don't know what's happening today. But good evening, South African time. My name is Damani Ndimande from South Africa, the owner of a company called Afri Masterclass and the CEO of Bayeni Holdings, a company that's consulted for Universal Music Africa, Def Jam Africa. If you know the brothers Java, DJ Tira, Afrotainment, Beast, Lazam Shunkwesi, Zex Bantuini, Nandi Matita. We've also consulted for the likes of Mercedes-Benz when we had our brother and legend Trigmatic here in South Africa. We also consulted for Huawei, MTN, and we've done events on a small to a large scale also, but our signature event is the Afrotainment Durban Rocks that happens in July and in December. It's a festival that we've been doing for the past 19 years.
Zamani, that's a good rap sheet you've given us. Yes.
Thank you.
At this point, just note that we are having a conversation about the art of artist booking. Yes, we're looking at the art of artist booking together with international market expansion for artists. So this is the conversation that we're having at the moment. I want to throw a question to you, Delasi. Listening to Omar's submission about starting off with the artist. Yes, where do you think you stand at the moment? And what are the challenges of the expansion of markets for you, especially for you as a cross, cultural market kind of artist? What are the challenges there that you face, and how do you fit into all of this?
Yeah, that's a good question. When I was in New York, I had a lot more stability because I had a team. Now that I'm in Ghana, I'm doing a lot of self-management, and so I have to be the booking agent, the marketer, the manager, and essentially my whole team, which comes with its own host of problems. And I'm a woman, so being a woman in a market that is very male-dominated, and then there's a lot of setbacks like sexual exploitation.
They want to hear you. Take my microphone.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay. So there's all kinds of challenges, including financial challenges and sexual exploitation when you're a woman in this business. I think it's even more so when you're in a country that's still developing its industry, because there's no level of protection, whether it's resources or watchdog organizations or any of the other resources that I would have had in the US. So essentially, I would say my biggest power in terms of my booking power is my network and my marketing, because I don't have that, team really around me. But I've worked really, really hard. I've been here 6 years, and I've worked really, really hard over this past 6 years to build a strong reputation as a reliable artist who is on time and consistent and gives her all and is a professional. In terms of the market expansion, now it's a particularly big issue because there are 3 genres that are so hot in the international music market right now. And that is country music, because Beyonce, ever since she did that country album, everybody's doing country now. And then female rap. We've seen an explosion of female rap over the past 5 years. It started with Cardi B, and then we have Lotto and Doja Cat and, all of these girls, Megan Thee Stallion, that are touring internationally in Asia and South America and the UK and here in Africa. And then the third is, of course, African music. We have Afrobeats, Amapiano, Afro House, Afro Trap, and all of the subgenres. I think Africa is in a very interesting place right now because the world is tapping into every single aspect of culture, and music is probably the most intriguing because for so long that side of the sector has been shut off from the rest of the world. But now we find that even US artists are wanting to tap in to the local African markets, and we see Wizkid and Davido and all of these other African artists doing cross-branding with other artists in the US and the UK. So I think, Africa is in a very strong position to grow this sector through this kind of cross-branding and these relationships. I think it was a smart move for me in particular to move at the time I did, because it was directly ahead of the Year of Return. And once we had the Year of Return in Ghana, Ghana really exploded in terms of its tourism, and then with that came interest in music and other sectors. So maybe if I had made this move a few years earlier, it wouldn't have been strategic. But now that everybody in, my market in New York, everybody sees my updates on social media and they're all wanting to tap in. We love your sound, we love, the new Afrofusion style of music that you're doing, because I came from hip hop and then I kind of transferred over to Afrofusion. And there's a desire to tap in. So Africans, we really have the power right now to spread our market internationally because there is the want and the need for that connection. So we're in a very strong position. What we will do with that, I'm not necessarily sure, particularly this country, because Ghana has this interesting dichotomy where we are extremely popular in a lot of sectors, but in music we tend to struggle a little bit more, and we're a little bit behind the market compared to our peers in South Africa, Kenya, and Nigeria. But I think conversations such as the ones that we're having here can really help us strengthen this area. There's so many places that we could go right now with our music because the desire in the market is there. So cross-branding initiatives are key, and we're seeing that happen.
Thank you. You want to put your hands together? Yeah, I believe the submission was amazing. Let me go to Zamani. Zamani, can you hear me? Confirm. And would you want to have a bite on this conversation about artist management and artists going cross-cultural or going cross-market?
Yes, I can hear you clearly, my leader. Yes, I just want to add on what my sister has said there. She has said a mouthful, and I just want to add that, when you cross cultures in the artist management and artist booking industry, you tend to tap into a database that you would have not naturally tapped into if you had just stayed in your lane. I remember a few years ago, it was very taboo for South African artists particularly, to do collaborations with other African artists, because at that time, we were more focused on what we call the side Kwaito and Afropop, and a dance genre called Pop, But when people like Trickmatic collaborated with the likes of Ralph Kam, that really opened up the floodgates for us to say, oh, okay, as South Africans, we can do this cross-culture thing. And whenever I collaborate with Trickmatic, I always beg him, I say, my brother, just give us your language, You'll explain after what it says. And then that emergence also, it becomes so beautiful. And it taps into a larger database and a larger audience. Just by being on this platform for me, I've gotten so many calls to say, hey, how can we get involved in this? Not from people from South Africa, people from other SADC countries. I remember we were in Zambia last year, I think, if I'm not mistaken. After that Zambian tour, the emergence and the cross-cultural joint ventures that came about from that was so beautiful to see, And my sister, I think that Ghana right now, we as South Africans are looking at Ghana from the tourism side and the music side. Because if you look at where the most relevant people are going first, all of them are going to Ghana, So I think Ghana can teach us a lot as South Africans. And I just pray that we collaborate more on initiatives like this and music. Thank you.
Thank you to Zamani. I'll be coming back to you on this cross-cultural, cross-market collaborations. At some point 10 years ago, I believe we had quite a number of them. Trig, you remember? I remember those. There was Tangimali by, is that Uhuru? Yes, Uhuru with Davido.
Yes,
I remember.
Uhuru.
Yes, we also had.
Uhuru.
Yes. Then we had, I think, Becca also do something like that with somebody there. Same Uhuru, right? Yes. So I saw a lot of those going on, and eventually a very nice video Sarkodie had shot in South Africa as well with rather unfortunate Castro. Yes, also happening. So I'll come back to that. Just hold that as a thought. Let me go to market expansion with Umar. And Umar, I'm here because Umar is like the biggest thing you would find when it comes to the major concerts across the continent. At least for what I know, when I knew him 10 years ago, he said he'd already done this about 20, 25 years. So now probably he's counting to 30, 35 years on the ground. I've seen artists like Fela Kuti, very big concerts, like national concerts. How do these happen? I want you to take us through this. How does this start? Where does the conversation start from? Where does the demand come from for it to blow up like that? Why would a place like Liberia call for an artist like, say, Stonebwoy to be in Liberia for the celebration of art? How does it start?
First of all, for me, I'm thinking the artists need to sit down. With his manager team and have a serious management team, a serious lawyer also, to work on him. And he must be, the best thing, he must be entrepreneurial. Because all artists who make it very well, they're entrepreneurial. They handle, I can give you an example. Let me take Asalfo. Asalfo is from Magic System Group. When he come organize Magic System, is the owner of Magic System. The other musicians, they are not, they just come perform and he pay them. Because he wants something very business. He comes as a business entrepreneurship and he owns Magic System. Another example I can give, Yusundo. When Yusundo sit down, he also owned, he started doing group. It didn't help him. He owned his label, and he's the first African musician who able to pay his musician 5,000 Ghana cedi a month as salary, and sign them 2 years. All those things is here, and organize a tour as a business in Africa. Sometimes you contact him in Senegal for a show. Say, let's sit down, let's do partnership. His fee is inside. And he work everything 50-50 with you. And he bring his crew, and this is where he make 1 billion CFA. And today, Yusundu is an icon. Anywhere you go, it's you, the artist. Take yourself very serious. And know business. Even you have the management, but you must supervise them. Because knowing business, be serious on yourself, help you, and also try your hometown first, to blow. The moment you blow, it's easy to blow outside.
Let's put our hands together. So Zamani, I'm going to come to you, Delasi. I'll let you have the last bite on this one, okay? Yeah, Zamani, I'm going to come back to you, holding on to the thought that I projected earlier as a premise for the conversation about being cross-cultural for market expansion, okay? But Umar Diani has made a very good point at saying that it's still, he's come back twice in the submission saying that it still comes back to the artist. Yes. How does discipline in an artist create a conducive atmosphere for these two things of market expansion and also cross-cultural relevance? Yeah.
Discipline is the number one key into answering your question, because if you're not disciplined in your craft, there's no way where you'll go. There are many talented people who are not disciplined and do not do hard work. I've once arranged a collaboration between an artist called Du Bois and Tiger from overseas, Dubois is naturally an unknown. I know my senior there says he hates the word upcoming, but he was an upcoming artist at the time, you know. And the one thing that Tiger's team said to me, they said, because this boy seems disciplined in what he posts, how he carries himself, you know, what he does in studio, that is the real reason why we are doing the collaboration. And we didn't pay a cent for it. And the cross-cultural, the cross-cultural aspect of it is that cultures were brought up different in the music business and in the music scene. If we are not disciplined, we can never go anywhere. As the continent, as collaborators, as artist management and brand management and music distributors. So I think the fundamental of the ground up sprouting is discipline. Thank you.
Well, thank you to Zamani. Let me bring the part of and the artist being entrepreneurial to you. I noticed you were nodding when that part came up. Yes, in order to blow up, you've got to be entrepreneur, and that was the very first sentence he made. What is your bite on it? And also using yourself as a case study that we can feed on. Yes, what is a bite on it? Your thoughts about that? Yes.
Well, particularly when you're in a nation that is developing still, it seems like choosing the arts as a career is very rebellious, because most of our families, our parents don't want us to pursue something that seems so unstable. They want us to go into industries where they know that we will be financially secure. And the problem about art is, it is no matter what we say and how we pontificate about this thing, it is a crapshoot, you know? Sometimes you could have everything together, you could look great, you could have great music, and everything is fine, but you still might not blow up. You know, there has to be that je ne sais quoi. There has to be that opportunity, that big break. I think a lot of people kind of give up on that journey, and you can see that in terms of their discipline. I've been an artist professionally for almost 10 years, and I'm not a huge, well-known artist, but I've had successes in my career that I could look back on and be very proud of, and that is due to my discipline. And also just generally the understanding of the industry I'm in and the realism. I know that it can take quite a bit of time to get to the place that I'm trying to go. And in order to get there, I need discipline, tenacity, and consistency, and that can't waver. Every time that wavers, it's almost like you have to start from ground zero and come all the way up again. And just thinking about having to do that is so exhausting that most people fall off. I started off with a lot of artists that are not on this journey with me any longer because they lack that discipline, they lack that tenacity. And it honestly, really, truly does boil down to the realism and truly understanding the industry that you're in, measuring your expectations, and understanding that ultimately, it's God's timing and not your own. I mean, and even if you're not spiritual, maybe you don't believe in God. I know most of us in here probably do. I know I do, and that's the way that I look at my journey. You know, I would have wanted to blow up years ago, but it didn't necessarily happen because maybe it wasn't the time. You know, right now I'm experiencing a really great run, and I feel like my time is very close, and I feel like I'm much, much, much more prepared than I ever have been, and I finally understand that, yes, there are reasons why this didn't happen before, but that never wavered on my professionalism or my determination or my tenacity. And I've made relationships in this business from 10 years ago till now, and they know that they can count on me for that. So certain opportunities open up to me, and people are like, well, how did you get that? And how did you get that? It didn't just happen overnight. This person knew me for like 4 years, and they saw me consistently grinding at the same level, at the same intensity for 4 years, so they decided, you know what, she's serious. We're gonna give her this opportunity. So I think artists have to have a mix of a strong spiritual center, but also realism and understanding the industry that you're in and not having unrealistic expectations. Because when your expectations are unrealistic, that causes you to slack, to go off the road and be less disciplined. You just have to understand the road. The road is very difficult, but it's worth it in the end. So you have to just stay strong on that path.
Thank you so much, Delassie. Thank you. Zamani, I understand that you're boarding a flight right now. Thank you so much for your time.
Yes, my brother, I've just sat down in my seat. But I just wanted to say a last point to all the creatives in the room is that discipline also keeps the chaos in check. That can be messy emotionally and logistically, you know? Deadlines, self-doubt, half-baked ideas. But a disciplined approach sets boundaries. Time to work, time to refine, time to ship it, time to play. It's not just about stifling the wilderness of the art. It's about channeling it so you don't drown in it. Look at someone like Picasso, you know? He's prolific as hell. But the output came from a relentless work ethic, you know? Not just random ideas. So when you put in the work in studio, whether it's at music, you need to be relentless. And also discipline builds a resilience in the long run. And rejection, creative blocks, or just playing, you know, not thinking you're good, but discipline always gets you through, always. And just keep going, guys, keep going, tweak ideas. Do not listen to that voice that you are not good enough. God bless you guys. Have a great session. I'm about to take off now. I'll hopefully see you in Ghana very soon. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Hey, that would be amazing, Zamani. That would be amazing. Thank you for your time. Let's talk soon. All right, safe flight. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you to all. I'd love to also to get the context of the lady on stage. I'm hearing her voice. Love get her on with Kelly Kumalo.
Definitely, you would have it. The last.
We are looking for an African voice with that tone right now.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
She'll be in touch. You take care, Zamani. Take care. Bye then. Guys, a round of applause for Zamani, please. Now, my final thing that brings this conversation to a conclusion, Omar, we've spoken about discipline, artists being entrepreneurial. Now, can we look at the collaboration as the tool, the driver, to a very huge market expansion potential? All right, I believe that for every artist, for every song that any art that any artist would produce is already cross-cultural, depending on the taste. I mean, I've seen Wiala with songs that I don't even know, even as I'm Ghanaian, I don't know what it means, like Leno, for example. Yes, I've heard someone like Yaya sing a song like Odok Kai. I remember that song that blew her, you know, the entire time. Many persons don't even understand. But all the same, some of these songs have gone out there and made a very sharp, wild, indelible impact on the minds of people. How does collaboration become a driver now at this for market expansion, especially across markets, across countries? Yeah.
Today it's easy to promote an artist. Very easy, because before I used to promote artists, and I know we didn't have too much networking. The social media was not working. And you have to go country to country. You have to go country to country. And I can give some Ghanaian example who I promote, and I study the market. For example, when I took song like Minyon Taba was very easy to promote. Abibaye, very easy to promote. Even that one, I can even say, I go to Togo. As soon as I sent to one DJ, all the DJ was looking for me with cash, with 10,000 CFA, because the sound song was very good, and they want us to buy the CD from me. I'm here to give it for free. All I need, the music must flow. And I target the nightclub. And between one day, 2 days, Oliver was singing Abibaye. Same thing like Zoblazo. Same thing like Africa Money. And et cetera, if I can say. And apart that, today is easy. You can even sit in Ghana, promote your song, you go to Cote d'Ivoire. Because we have so many blogger, networking, all those things, and also selling online. Yes, all you need to get the right people around you to do those promotion. And when big, for example, like country like Cote d'Ivoire, the most festival organized is FEMUA. There are artists who are doing it, and they're doing it very, very well. Pay good money, and take care of you. What you need, whatever you want, they will give you. You don't have a problem, you live. And even those artists who are doing it, as Alpha I told you from Magic System, the state are on them. They build every year a school in Cote d'Ivoire because they make it through Premier Gao. And Premier Gao helped them a lot. And now even the state, the president himself, the wife of the president, they manage the event because the way they did FEMUA, wonderful. I took some Ghanaian there, like Kojantwi, Ambule, Bistakede, and Sakoji. And very well, and everybody was very well paid. Everything expectation was okay. Because they have that, they're artists. They cannot treat the fellow artists badly. And apart that, you have other festival in Cote d'Ivoire who they look only performance. You don't need to be popular. Because Massa is the biggest festival in Cote d'Ivoire. They do it every 2 years. They open online. People can Google Massa, MASA.ci. And it's very big. They are going to open this April. And the festival is coming next year. They pay you good money, they fly you. If you register and they win, they fly you.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Great insights, Omar. Let me come to you, Delasi, so you can say something about this and we can wrap this up. There's so much conversations, honestly, personally, I would want to have with you, but time wouldn't allow us, and we want to do this and end by 5 on the dot. So,
Yeah.
Delasi, yes, here you go.
So I think there's 2 key drivers for market expansion. The first would be international DJs,
Good.
because they're the ones who are going to introduce those songs from a different market, to their audience for the first time.
Yeah.
And a lot of those things happen at the street level, believe it or not. So international DJs hold a key role in there, but then also there's collaboration. And I think 2 really great examples of contemporary Ghanaian artists who have used collaboration to explode onto the global market. One is Black Sherif. Black Sherif, when he came out, he had a decent buzz here, kind of like a light buzz. But then when he did the second sermon and Burna Boy heard that and he decided to jump on that song, he suddenly went international almost overnight. And Burna Boy was bringing him on tour, and they were doing the song on tour, going to all these countries all around Africa and internationally. And now, in his own right, in just 3 years, Black Sherif is a global international star. I'm not gonna say that was just off of a collaboration, but that was largely due to that one collaboration. And that's how powerful collaboration is. Another example is Amare. Amare is a contemporary Ghanaian artist. She's a singer, for those of you that might not know who she is. She was living here in Ghana at the time that I moved. She had been here. And again, she was kind of struggling, to maintain a buzz. And then she connected with Tiwa Savage. Tiwa Savage was a huge star by that time, but she started off in the UK. So she had the UK market and she had the Nigerian market in a chokehold. So once she did this song with Amare, now Amare's in the Nigerian market, now she's in the UK market. Amare then moved to the UK, and now she's the top-selling Ghanaian artist, period. And that happened within a 5-year, radius. So I think we cannot miss just how critical collaboration is in those stories, because we see it right in front of our face, So.
I just want to say this, that I agree with Delasi equally as totally, absolutely agree with Omar, that also culturally, we should be able to support arts from our regions as well. I remember somewhere around 2014, I was at a conference in Mahalasburg near Joburg, yes, and we were there for a couple of days, and by the 3rd day, I had a presentation to do, And every time there was a break, there was Nigerian music playing. And meanwhile, we were all from all over Africa. And there was Nigerian music playing this particular one personally, you know. Yeah, P Square. So every time there was a break from one speaker to the other, that plays. You know, there's a whole vibe in the room. And then it got to my turn to speak, and I said, no, I have Tonga to play. You know, so I want to change this thing. So I go back to the bench, and I give them a flash drive, and I said, they can keep it. All I need is that they play the music. So they started playing it gradually, and the guy was like, no, come. Like, is it my song? I said, no. There's an artist from Ghana, you know, so 2 artists from Ghana, listen to this. Because he was digging the music. But you see, the step I took was I was representing a nation as well. And I felt that, yes, although we were trying to be Pan-African, yes, but it's been one-sided, you know, tilted to one side the whole time. So when I gave him, and he actually enjoyed the music, and Tonga had such a strong intro, you know, the beat was solid, it was so strong. So all he did was just play the intro and loop the intro the whole time. Now, guess what? By the time I spoke and I was done, we had to have 5 minutes of a break time just to now listen to the main song, because everybody says we want to hear the song, if it is a song. Then by evening at the party, that song played almost after every other song. That song is played, so it didn't get boring, and we had a very good time listening to the same song. But guess what? Not too long after that, I know that Sarkodie and Joey B, those two guys, were in South Africa for a major concert based on that song only, because we were there in April, and just by August of that same year, it was already a #1 streaming song outside of South Africa. So when it comes to collaboration, I believe that each person as well, just adding my voice to the conversation, has a role to play to carry the art and the culture out there, to be cross-cultural and also to be cross-market at the same time. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you for this part of it. I'll say that final words from you, 1 minute each. Final words from you. If you had anything to share with us as an advice, Omar, you have a lot of those. Share with us in 1 minute.
My final word is like, I needed to say also today, African music are open internationally, except in US. Before, they don't play African music, but thanks to Chris Brown, who introduced some African artists. And today you can see the Nigerian, they are the one taking, you can even invite Nigerian to Africa for performing because of the money they are demanding. Unless you have a big sponsorship or you have big money to invite them. Sometimes even it's the state inviting them. But if like Ghanaian artists moving to Cote d'Ivoire to help themselves, they will make it big because Cote d'Ivoire, they have so many festivals. Even this country I'm talking, Burkina, they have so many festivals, very well organized. I remember I've been November to Burkina, 4 show was cancelled. I went with Amaziba and Lamisi, and the show was cancelled. But the people they pay them because they bring them, and it's political issue with the promoters. They say you want to do, well, I don't want to go there, but they cancel the show. But the promoter, they pay the artists. Yes. Donc, for me, if I want to finalize things, is the collaboration is also important because Ghanaian artist doesn't collaborate with the Francophone, and it's very, very important because he brought the number you can have in Francophone is the same number you can have in Nigeria because Francophone, they are united and big, because you have people who are making big time.
That Ghanaian flag extra high. I know we mentioned earlier in the program about Azonto and High Life and some of the others of Africa. We are surrounded by Francophone countries. There's not a lot of Anglophone countries in this area. So when music is coming out of West Africa, it's largely assumed to be Nigerian. People think Kamido is a Nigerian. People think Kelvin Boy is a Nigerian. I've literally argued with people about Burna Boy and Shatta Wale because they were convinced that they were Nigerians. And so I would say, let's, instead of trying to follow the trends that are happening over there because I see a lot of our artists doing that. Let's bring High Life back more the way Black Sheriff is doing that. Let's bring Azonto back. I don't know why Azonto died, but we need to be more intentional about bringing Azonto back. Also, be more intentional about mentioning Ghana by name in your music because that will actually help people to understand that you are Ghanaian artists and you don't want to be mistaken, for another country because we're proud of our country and we love being African, but we also love being Ghanaians, and people should know that this is where we are from. So this is something that we don't talk about often, but I just felt so important to make the point here that we should hold on to our traditional styles of music and make sure that people know that we are Ghanaians. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Delasi, to Zamani who joined us online, and to Pa Omar. Thank you all very much. You may now take your seats. Please appreciate them. Two remarks to go to the end of the African Music Business Dialogue here, coming to you from the Kwame Nkrumah Memorial Park. We'll have GMX, one of our partners, GMX. We'll have the marketing representative of GMX do us the honors of a presentation. Please do well to introduce yourself so we get to know you. I know you look very familiar. We've crossed paths. Yeah, yes. Sweetheart, please come to see. Let's put our hands together for her for a very short message. Yes. Oh, you can do better for her while she takes the stage. Please come with me. Yeah. Here you go.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ekisi, Marketing Operations Director for GMX, Ghana Music Experience. If you've been in Ghana for the past few months, I'm sure you must have heard of the name, Ghana Music Experience. And I'm very happy that Trey gave us the stage to talk about it a bit. We would have really loved to be part of the day from the morning sessions up until now. But we just, we didn't get the information on time. So that's how come we're doing a quick one. However, we all live in a world where there's digital, ruling everything. And in this music industry, at this point in time, within this part of the, generations, if you have to really build your art and make some money out of it, then it'll have to be through digital, commerce as well. So we know that, everybody knows about Spotify. Everybody knows about Boomplay or some of the other streaming apps. We have actually built one, built by Ghanaian developers, made for Ghana to hold only Ghanaian music. And this is done so that we can also have a strong voice to really be part of the global conversation. I liked a lot of what she said, but these are some of the things that would really drive our efforts so that we can actually play squarely on the global front. We are hosting all Ghanaian content, all genres, across all generations. So far as the music has been made by a Ghanaian, we are actually welcoming it on the platform after how we actually build into other countries as well. But we are starting the conversation in Ghana for now. And we are really looking to, collaborate with all of you, host your catalogs on a platform, and then, do business together. And then when it comes to pay-per stream, the royalties that you earn on the platform, really, to tell you the truth, Spotify was not made for you. Spotify was not made with you in mind. It was made for the Taylor Swifts and all those in the other parts of the world. How Taylor Swift is being paid is not the same as how we are being paid here. What we've done is actually to up the rate. So then you earn more on our platform than you will earn on Spotify, for instance. And like it or not, we are all Ghanaians, you're all Africans. We follow you more. We love your music more. So think of all the size of the population you have here. Listeners and fans you have in Ghana are definitely more than you find elsewhere. Well, it could happen that you have some fans out there, but really think of homegrown. You can only grow when you have actually established yourself on home ground. Then you can build from there. And if we are able to reach all our, potential fans here, just imagine how many streams if you're able to build and we're able to grow together, and then how much will earn you from compared to whatever you're cumulatively getting from across the world. So let's do this together. Promote our musical heritage. We are here because of Ghana Music Month, and we can do so much more with Ghana music, and we can do so much more with African music. So go to your App Store or Google Play Store, download GMX, and then you can actually be on the streaming app. Then, when it comes to actually giving us your catalog as well, we have an app for that as well, which we call the GMS Creator. So that will also be open to the market very soon, where you can buy yourself, wherever you are, upload your own content, and then we can stream it and sell for you as well. But for now, you can contact us, via phone or via email, or just a visit to us at our office at East Legon, and then we can have a conversation and onboard your catalog as well. So let's do it together and win together with Ghana Music. And bravo to all of you.
Thank you so much. Akisi Aka right there. Yes. I only got confused because I realized that she could not have grown this younger. Yes, and that's why I got confused when I saw you. All right, right there. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been the African Music Business Dialogue and Music Showcase. We would call on the lead of Be Wired, who have powered the entire initiative, and also the lead of AMBD, Mr. Trigmatic, yes, to share some closing remarks to bring all of this to a wonderful conclusion. Please, another round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Basa. Thank you all, musicians, media, partners, friends, and lovers of arts, especially music, agencies, organizations. Thank you. I know Musica is here. Thank you, GMX. Thank you, all the partners that made this happen. Till Hut, I hope I got the name right. Tackle Hubs, yes, I never get it right. But there's also people like GH Music Publishing, our friends from the media in Togo, in Cote d'Ivoire. The last time I mentioned it somewhere, somebody corrected me, so I hope this time, like Cote d'Ivoire. Yes. So now I'm saying it well. Thank you. And I want to thank my core team. It hasn't been easy. They've been very helpful. Mr. Diafo here, always going around with me. Manasi helping me with sound. The guys from Afro International Music Festival helping us with setup and all of that. One key thing I want to leave all of us with is for us to be able to make it. There are problems everywhere. So I just want to generalize this. You have to be ready to sacrifice. It will take a lot of personal sacrifices. Industry comes with sacrifices. Like I've done this beyond 15 years, but professionally 15 years. As an artist, I've been on stage performing actively for 15 years and being around a bit. Maybe not like Uma, especially in Africa, but in Europe and other parts of the world, I realized that the ones who've made it to a large extent were ready to sacrifice, ready to take risk. And so as we leave here, and oftentimes when we come for these workshops and talks and everything, sometimes what hurts is that you see that the key people that is supposed to affect are the ones that are directly not interested. Oftentimes, the ones who are very much interested in the conversation, they are either not too active. I really wish that the ones with zeal, energy, the strength to move to and fro, like Omar said, go around, because Togo is just here, and I do that a lot. Every year, I do the Togo, Benin, Nigeria trip. Every year in August, and I go with my band, And so when he mentioned the Magic System leader group, I wasn't surprised because I push my band members. I'm like, guys, we are going to go on that trip. And because you can play small in Togo, you can play small in Benin, and you can play in Nigeria. And then we come back, and it's a road trip. And we get content on our way back as well. So we post it on social media. People do other things. We get collaborations. My first performance in Nigeria, I was supposed to do Felabration. After Felabration, we ended up performing for the Lagos State Governor as well. So you never know who will find you anywhere. Take the risk. Take the step. Even in Ghana, move around the other regions. I don't know why that culture died, but you know there was a time in Ghana from 2010 when I came out, when you release one single, you have to tour the country. Maybe because of social media, but that culture took the music everywhere. Like you'd have to do Kumasi, do Takrady, do the main cities, and when you are done, go into the hinterlands. You have to go everywhere because not too long ago, and I won't mention the artist's name because I know there's got people around. I played a gig in December at the Air Force Base with one of our very young, and I had never met him. He has a big song. So when I heard him perform the song, I was so excited. I was like, hey, that's the guy. I didn't even know it was the guy. But I was telling my road manager that what I think is missing is that he has not really gone down to the people. So people knew the song, but it took them a while to respond, like to connect with the artist, because they've never seen him, they haven't heard him, that thing is no longer there. And so I urge all of you musicians, even managers who are here, musicpreneurs, I know that the distros are there. I know that digital style is good and it's easy, but do the legwork. Do the legwork. Like I was in Uganda, I was in Kampala last 2 years, last year, last 3 years, last 2 years, last year. And I realized that there was no Ghanaian music. And I say this without apology, no Ghanaian music. It had to take me about 8 different, and some of my church members are here, it had to take me about 8 different pubs and clubs for me to hear one Ghanaian song. And that was Stonebwoy. And that was a Stonebwoy collaboration. And they are so, look, I love East Africans because they are like Francophone people. They stick to their roots. No matter what you do, they stick to their roots. So I noticed that all across their clubs, they were playing the local artists. And so that gives power to their local talents. That gives a lot of power. So whether you like it or not, for you to blow in Kampala, you'd have to record with Azawi or one of the artists in Kampala. Otherwise, forget it. Even if you are Burna Boy. And it's crazy. And I was shocked because I went for Blanket and Wine. Huge festival, 20,000 people. And the main act was a local act. Like the one everybody was waiting for was a local act, a female artist. And then my business woke up. Fast forward, we have a song. So, and I'm not going to promote it here. We'll promote it in Uganda. And so you can take those steps. And sometimes we look at the aesthetics. I want people to hear me. People have to know me in Ghana. Because the world is big. It's not just limited to Ghana. Somebody wants to die for you in Liberia. Take that step. Somebody wants to see you in Libreville. Somebody wants to... I went and sat on a boat to an island somewhere around Senegal. And this was at a time the tensions were still high there. You know, and we were in Sierra Leone. Sorry, we were in Sierra Leone for a very long time. You know, our money, we used all of our money. No food. I was there with Henry for months. Why? Just to plug. And it was the only time I heard Amare's song. She was the only artist that was being played. And so even Henry was like, and he's not into music. So he was like, wow. Like in Ghana, we don't play a lot of her song, but this is us. She was the only one that was on rotation. So guys, please do the legwork. This is a sign that we are not pushing enough. We have so much in us. I believe in us as Ghanaians. That one, no one can take it away from us. Do we know? I think in West Africa, or even the whole of Africa, I believe Ghana has a natural PR ability. It's like if anything will blow in Africa and it passes through Ghana, it catches fire. Anything. Even let's look at all the Nigerian artists. You would have to come to Ghana, do something in Ghana, and then Afro Nation left Ghana. They've been trying to do Lagos since they left Ghana. and it hasn't been successful. They still haven't been able to host Afro Nation in any African country again. But Ghana, we take things, so we have that natural PR ability. So let's put, I don't know who is doing us. The only thing is that we don't put that same energy in our own selves. So let's bring it onto ourselves, to our own music. Like I sent a lot of invitations out to our guys, because if they were here, some of them have the voice, some of them have the numbers. One post can get everybody connected to this conversation because it's very important. But sometimes we'll be petty about the very important things. If we can kill all the personal feelings, and people insult me a lot, but I'm cool, I'm used to it. And here, somebody says that I'm like a dead goat. So I'm like a dead goat because, I have nothing to lose. I have nothing to lose. So please, this is for all of us. And if you are friends with people who have money, please stop begging them for money. Because that is why they have not placed value on creatives. We always want today's money. Like Rudy has come here, what we've done here today is so powerful. If we can take the content here, the know-how here, and empower ourselves. And when we're having conversations, we are mentioning the right things. Look at my back end. These are my numbers. Look, anytime we do this event, I force the team for us to do a report, because we have to show it to the next sponsor. He or she, whoever it is, has to see what happened here today. People came from Côte d'Ivoire. People came from Togo. People came. When I look at the back end of the signing form, all that data, I collect it and we put it together as a report. And so as an artist, have that culture as well. Copy your back ends, put it down. Have an EPK as a musician. When media wants an interview, send this ahead of time. These are my professional pictures. I want you to, and I love Mr. Abbas's work ethic, by the way. He will send you, these are the pictures you have to use for my poster. This is my name. This is how I want it to be pronounced. Have those things done. And so that when people come, it's no longer about I want to help you. It's about I've seen something that I'm also interested in. Can we trade? Then it becomes business. Because when the word help is always used, help, that word help, I want to help you, I can help you, let me help you. But don't forget, the borrower is a slave to the lender. So if you continue to always seek help, it grows your entitlement and it makes you very unattractive. So please, I'm not saying be arrogant. I'm not saying, but all I'm saying is know yourself, know what you have, and present it all the time. Present it all the time. Like I've kept my relationship with Umar for how many years? It's been years. You know, Umar has never taken me anywhere. But you know why? I believe it's not the time yet. Sometimes I'll see him and say, Umar, when are you taking me to, when are you giving me a gig? And he'll tell me, oh, when that time comes. But you know, he always teaches me something I'm not doing. But Trig, you have to do this. Like you send me a number, register this festival, speak with this promoter. And I realized I didn't know all these people. I was not doing all these things. So maybe now I'll be ready enough. maybe yes. You know, so please, everything we're doing here is not like just to show and everything, because we spent money. And the investors who have the money or who are friends with the investors, this is a no sponsorship event. It came from our pockets. And so if you have already started calculating, please, it's our own money. It came from our pockets. It would have been better and bigger. This should have been like a conference center, a huge conversation, but that time will come. I believe in humble beginnings. That time will come. This is the 4th edition. We're going to continue, and year in, year out, we will add new things, add new partners. Today, some of you got some offers from Dito. GMX is offering, they're saying, download their thing, get on their platform. Other people have come here. A law firm came and said, I don't know how many of us went there and said, oh, we're having a conversation about Some of you don't think you will ever meet a contract in your life, but it will come. It will come. Sometimes even when you are being employed, the letter you are given, that's a contract. So it will come. So take advantage of the things that we have access to, everything that happened here. The videos, the panels will be edited and placed on the African Music Business Dialogue YouTube page. You can go on and watch, so you can learn at the comfort of your homes. I hope you enjoyed the little chops here and there, and then the drinks. Sorry, I don't have all the money in the world, but we wanted you to taste Ghana. So we gave you some asana and some. Please give the guys a round of applause. They did well. I really enjoyed asana. And Mr. Abasa, thank you so much. You've been a great MC and doubled as a moderator. We really appreciate your time. When an MC spends the whole day with you, ordinarily enkawutiate, but I know he's a great man and he's good. I also want to say one big thank you to the founder of Afro International Music Festival. He helped us with some of the logistics, and I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. There are a few donors that don't want their names mentioned, but I personally want to thank a brother of mine called Rendell. He's not here, but he really helped to push this financially. It's been tough, but we will not stop. We're going to continue doing it. So please, when you go on your socials, follow us on Instagram. Thank you so much, Mr. Benjamin. Mr. Benjamin came all the way from Winneba. He was supposed to give us a talk on publishing, but he could not. But all is not lost. You can contact him on his socials. It's Binoska. Bnoskka. He's a lecturer also at the school in Winneba. Yes, University of Education. Please, any issue you have on publishing and copyright, I wish that my friend I was asking a lot of questions was here, because this man is loaded with it. Anything publishing, you can see him. I think GMX, you need to speak to this man as well. He's amazing. He can give good advice, so that people don't come taking you on some of the content you put on there. He can really help. So in a nutshell, I want to say a big thank you. A big round of applause to all of you who sat into the end. I appreciate you so much. If you love reading, I have a book out there. You can grab one. It's called The Lion's Aid. It's on leadership. Get a copy. Also, in a week, I'm releasing a song with Rav Gum. Rav Gum that Zamani mentioned. By the way, somebody mentioned, I think the last he mentioned, working with DJs. So lately, DJs are performers actually. And lately, they are becoming very commercial. And it's a big culture in South Africa. I think some of the Nigerian DJs are getting it, and a few Ghanaian DJs are also doing it. You can create music with some of the DJs, and actually leave it, not like leave it for them, but sort of make them lead it, because they play everywhere. I did a song, Alikoto, with Rav Gum. He's a South African DJ, but he's one of the biggest house DJs in South Africa and the world. And I noticed that anytime he plays anywhere every weekend, it shows in the streams. Every time. And that's the song that has earned me the most revenue. That's one song. From 2010 to 2025, Alikoto has earned me the most revenue I've seen in USD. So take advantage of and us here. Connect with people. We have friends from Cote d'Ivoire, friends from Togo, Ghana, Nigeria. My brother is also here from Nigeria. He's friends with a very good friend of mine, David Aquara, who was supposed to be on this, but he couldn't make it. He's a filmmaker. So there's so many people here. Some people look modest, but they can help you. So connect. Don't go home without taking a contact. I have cards in my pocket here. That's what I came here to do. So you should do yours. Connect with somebody. I would like to, meet and talk to people. Umar is here. Don't go and worry him, but he's here. If you have good music, give it to him. And this man can really, really push you across Africa. So thank you so much, and God bless you. We'll meet again next year. I appreciate you being here.
Ladies and gentlemen, this has been the African Music Business Dialogue and Music Showcase 2025. My name is Atwa Basa. God bless African music, God bless African art, and God bless us all. Have a good time.